Alrighty. I think we're live. Hi. Two, please. They're just biscuits, right? Biscuits with some egg on? Okay. Like a McDonald's biscuit with egg kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that, okay. I'm getting breakfast. Breakfast is the best meal of the day. Might be the most important meal of the day too, but I think it's probably the best meal of the first and foremost. So let's see. Today it's Sunday again. We're gonna continue with our King's Gondor stuff, but I need to do some more festival-y thingies before we get rolling. So that's the plan. See, I think
Hello there.
actually this
Might I speak with you a moment?
will be my second time a sunny fair day for so the few things that we need to do. So let's go to go over to Sanson's. We'll go and try to do the egg scramble. That's this one always sucks. Never usually able to do this one very well. Oh look, there's an invisible person. We'll wait for these folks to be done, and then we'll go give it a shot. I have some couple. What do I have? I have a green egg. I have some orange eggs. If anybody needs to trade some eggs, we can trade some eggs. That would be cool. Why is that person invisible? Oh no. Oh shit. I guess I'm gonna have to go visit VIP. Alright, we'll have to go back to housing. So that'll work. We'll do that after we get done here. Oh, is it worth $1 billion now? Okay, it's time for Powerball. Apparently we have to play the Powerball now, because it's worth $1 billion. You remember when it used to be worth like $1 million or something like that? It was like, oh my god, $1 million. Nobody cares about that anymore. Like, it's got to be worth $1 billion in order to get anybody's interest anymore. Oh, there we go. All right.
Could I take a moment of your time?
All right. Give this a shot. No, don't come in here with me. No. No, don't. Oh. Hello, Lala. Lala has joined us. Hi. How you doing, Bacon? What's going on? Bacon's here. Hey, Vet. Good morning. How are you? Ann says hi, Bacon. What's that? Oh, she said hi, Vet, also. I'm fine. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good. Life is good, man. You know how it is. The road goes ever on. So what's going on with you these days? How's things up in the Great White North? You're on sabbatical. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Finally figured out how to do these egg scrambles and stuff a little better. I'm much better at the mushroom hunt than I am at this one. But see, this is gonna be a pain because we got, what do we have here? Well, it's just, well, I got 1, 2. So no, there's gonna be like 3 people here now. Man. All right. Well, I got my lucky horseshoe on, so maybe we'll be okay. Honestly, doing like egg scramble is like best done during the week. You can't do it on the weekends. There's too many people in here. Paid full salary for the year and have a repayment plan where they retain. Oh, hold on. Egg time. All right, so we gotta be hitting the key. Do the thing here. Hold on. No eggs yet. There we go. Oh, damn. Oh, hello, purple egg. That's nice. Yeah, there's too many people here for this. Nobody's gonna win it. See, I'm gonna get like 1 white egg. It's not gonna last long enough for somebody to get 5 white eggs. That's the problem. Like, I'm not even... Oh, hello. Ooh, orange and... Oh, I needed that one, actually. Okay, there we go. There's a white egg. Bitch! Took my egg! Damn it! That's a stinky egg. I don't want a stinky egg. Give me a good egg. There's a good egg here. Nobody wants the stinky egg. Shit. Dude, I was so there first! Oh my god, this sucks! Ah, I hate this game. I hate this part. Oh, 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 oh! Damn it! Oh, that was a spotted one. I needed that. Oh, 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 white egg. White egg, hold on. Now watch. Am I gonna get it? I actually got that one. Is miracle. See, nobody's actually gonna finish. See, I only got 3 of the 5, so it doesn't even count. Alright, what did we get? We got some stuff here. Let's, oh, okay, so we did get... I have an orange and purple striped egg. Apparently that's not one of the ones I need. And I don't need a purple egg. So, what I've been doing with these is I'll sell them on the auction house. Like, the striped and the spotted ones go for a shit ton of gold. Like, I don't know, a shit ton. It's like... Maybe, I think I got like 30 gold for one. So, yeah. Hey, hi. What's up, man? You want to egg her house? We should. We should follow that elf. Wherever she, like, back to her house or something. And like, go egg her house over in Elfland. I don't know if Zeus will ever be able to show up because he has an OT today. But, oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah, he said he was going to start working some more OT, trying to pick up some extra time and whatever. You know, because he's got to support all the things to be the house. All the things. All right, let's go over to Sanson's. See, now that didn't count. Because we didn't complete that one, it didn't count. And that's what I hate about that. No, we don't want to go to Sanson. We need to go to Bam for long. Life is so expensive now. You know, it is. It really is. Things are just... Prices are out of control. But at the same time... I think, and not to get too off on a political track or anything like that, I think things are heading in the right direction globally, let's just say. I think the world is finally coming around and coming to its senses in some ways. And yeah, there's some pain and whatever, and the prices and the markets and things. Markets have been doing really good. You know, I think the S&P 500 hit another all-time high this week, and then it dropped back on Friday. You know, and that stuff's always just volatile all the time, but it's the housing market is a shit show. Yeah, you're not kidding there. You're not kidding there. And I mean, we've been in the house now here for a year, and things really haven't changed. The interest rates have come down a little bit, but I think the problem is that I think people expect too much from housing anymore. I think a lot of people want way more housing than they need, and as a result, I mean, the thing is, like, housing builders are going to build the biggest, bestest, whatever house that they can build to put on a piece of land to make it as expensive as possible so that they get the most profit out of it, right? That's what they're all about. But the problem has become that, you know, like, I don't know, I guess everybody just figures that, like, everybody has all this money banked up somewhere, you know, like, there's a lot of people that, you know, that have been in houses for years and have a lot of equity banked up in a house, right? So they're like, oh, okay, we want to capture that equity, and we want these people to move out of the house that they're in, and
Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
you know, because they may have that $300,000-$500,000 in equity banked up in some house somewhere. Now, the only reason why they have all of that supposed equity is because of the perceived value of the house, right? And that's where just this crazy runaway train. I know a guy that I work with here, as a matter of fact. He lives in a townhome. It's either a townhome or a twin. I'm not sure, but he just put his house on the market. He's actually planning to move down here to Florida. But he's up in New Jersey, and he's lived in that house with his wife, and they have kids, and they've lived there for as long as I've known him. And, you know, this is a guy I work with, and it goes back maybe 12, 13 years. And they put their house on the market, and they had an offer for like $10,000 more than what they were asking, like within hours of putting it on the market. I mean, literally, it's just it's just crazy. Uh-oh. Oh no, doggy's coming. Get away from the dogs. Trying to pay attention here. So the key to this one is you got to keep using the delete key if you're using stock keys, standard key binds, right? To target these mushrooms, and then hit the use key, whatever you use for use, and in doing so, you can just kind of run yourself around and grab. You can get tons of tokens. Tons of tokens, and all you really got to do is look at the mini map here, and it'll just kind of, you just, as long as you avoid the dogs, you're good. You just run around, and when you get close to dogs or something, or a mushroom is close to the dogs, just run around them. But other than that, you can just like sit here and delete, use. Target. See, now that one's a little close to the dog there, so we're gonna run. There's one closer. There we go. And not worry about like, oh, okay, that one's gonna. I'm literally not even looking at the screen where the mushrooms are. I'm just watching the map the whole time. See, and then a dog's coming, so we got to circle around. Let's come back. Here we go. And at this point, I've finished it for the quest, so I don't really particularly care if I fail at this point, this is just all about gaining as much tokens as I can. Yes, the delete key is your best friend. I agree with that statement. Oh, he's coming. Oh, there's one. It's still coming for me. How many of you do this way? Like, I don't know. I like, in all these years that I've been doing this festival, I've never really, like, paid attention to doing it this way. See, now, okay, there we go. There was... I mean, I can't tell you how many freaking tokens I must have just gotten already out of this one. Oh, nope, 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 dog, nope, nope, circle around, there we go. If you're watching my mini-map, you see what's going on here, it's crazy. Nope, we don't want that one up there, we want that one up there, there we go. I mean, in one session, you can probably pick up, like, 50 tokens. If you just kind of... There we go. And now it is finally ended. Florida is so humid. Yeah, you know, but you get used to it. Honestly, it's not so bad. But one of the things I think about Florida and the humidity and all that kind of stuff, you know, we're inside a lot, you know, the air conditioning's running and that kind of thing. So... when you do actually have, and we had this just the other day.
Good day.
There was just a really nice morning where there was no humidity, or a very low humidity relative to what we usually would see. And it was very nice. Drove around. Central air, yeah, we have central air here. The house is only it's only like 3 years old. So, I'm gonna head back to our house in-game house. Let's go there. I didn't read all the other stuff here too, so let me back up a second. What were you saying there, Hi? I live in OT in the hope that when my union finally gets a new contract after it's been like 2.5 years expired, coming with a raise and maybe some back pay for the new higher rate. Pay rate has been the biggest thing keeping the contract from being signed. Oh, wow. Okay, so they're all fighting over the money. Because they always do. It's all about the money. Contract was expired basically just as I joined the company, just after I graduated. Oh, wow. So you've been working for them for as long as you've been out of Riddle? On, like, no contract? Your sister wants to add central AC to her house. They say it would cost over 40 grand. That's really expensive. How big is the house? A pretty old house? Well, see, that's the thing too. Like, if you've got to retrofit an old house, the big tough problem there is, like, you're probably, like, to get ducting in and stuff, you're probably having to open up walls and shit. If the ducts aren't already there, then that's probably part of the problem. Miss Central Air. Doesn't really exist in Maine. Do you really need it in Maine, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you really need to have central air in Maine? Like, do you need it cool, like, to be cooled down that much there that often? Or can you just open your windows up and stuff all the time and that way? You'd love to have it in the summer? Okay. Does it get humid up there in the summer? Yes, okay. All right, so I'm trying to think of what I'm going to do here. I want to do I need to do sort of my daily thing here. Hold on. Reputation. I got to open some things up here. So rep. Oh, I know the other thing we needed. We needed the VIP rewards. That's why we had to come back here. This has expired, so we need to do this.
Hello there.
Before we go out somewhere else. You know what's funny? I have one of these. So one of the characters that I transferred over to, what's the new one? Glamdring? Or yeah, Glamdring is the other server that and that's where I put my characters that I brought over from Brandywine, right? The Play It Again kinship and all that kind of stuff over there. And I have one of these things that was like, I guess, on me at the time. It literally has 200 months or something. Like, it's never going to expire. I wish they would do that. Like, you know, I get it. They want you to come in and whatever, but, you know, maybe just make it so that, like, you only have to visit the VIP rewards. Because the pain in the butt is, you know, you drink the subscriber jug. And what does it say? Now, that's going to expire in 5 hours, 6 hours, right? So we get rid of the jug. We don't need the jug anymore. Oh, pocket item. And that's now good for 14 days, right? 2 weeks. And then, of course, we have, you know, this little item, the subscriber town services. That's good for another 2 weeks. Also in the low 90s, high 80s for a decent stretch this summer. Is that more warm for you up there than usual? Yes, please. All right, now I need to go into... No, we don't need that. We need this. My task item carry-all. Honestly, I got to tell you something. This is a really handy one to have. If you haven't gotten yourself a task item carry-all, it's becoming normal now. Oh, you mean it's like global warming or something? I don't know. Honestly, I think they said that Tampa, a couple of weeks back, Tampa had literally its highest temperature day on record in the history of all keeping of temperature records in Tampa. So there was that. All right, so this is what I'm working on here. So one of the things I've been trying to do is continue to work through some of my older reputation stuff. Like, I've got all these rep items like stashed away in this thing, but I've never really come back in to try to finish a lot of them. So, ooh, sandwiches. Biscuits. Awesome.
I know. Mwah.
She's amazing. I'm just telling you. So, I guess, you know what? I'll take pictures of these. Maybe I'll throw it up in the Discord. But she made some, they're like buttermilk biscuit. It's basically like going to McDonald's and getting like a egg and cheese biscuit. But homemade. Now we get to try them. Oh my god, that's delicious. Those are fantastic. Are they Grands biscuits? So just some Grands. With a little egg. Did you use like the little round egg things? Sweet. So when we were camping and living in the RV all that time, we had the Blackstone, and we did a lot of cooking on the Blackstone, and we talked about that a lot. And one of the things that we had was like those little silicone things that you could put eggs into. There were round ones and there were square ones. And you know, they have like a little stick that sticks up off, a little metal tang that sticks up off of them so that you can pick them up. But basically, you put them on the Blackstone and then you crack an egg in it, or you pour some egg batter in it, and it'll cook that up on there. So we've been using them in here. Now, like, she loves these new pans that we got too that are really, really great, non-stick, and the handles come off and they're really easy to clean and all that kind of stuff. But still have the cast iron pans too. So she loves cooking on the cast iron in here. Told her it'd be cheaper to just add it in the attic for the upper floor, since that's the warmest part. Now, here's a question for you, because I remember this from when I was younger, and, you know, houses that my parents had and stuff like that. Does she have like a whole house attic fan that, like, because one of the inexpensive things that you can do is you could get like one of those big attic fans. It just sort of sucks all the air up out of the house and then exhausts all that warm air up, right? So it'll take all that air up top and push it out of the house and then bring air in down below, you know, open windows and fresh air in. You could do that. But yeah, the big trouble there that I see, especially with older houses, and I've seen that with older houses to get retrofit and stuff, is getting the ductwork in. And the older the house, usually the harder it is to do it. But you got to find a good, reputable company to do all that kind of stuff too, because you don't want some fly-by-night place coming in and doing shit and taking your money. And oh my God, these are so good. Yeah. Generally, it is getting warm everywhere in the summer. Now, I will say this here. Oh my God, 46C? Wait a minute. In Canada? Good Lord, we never get that hot here. And I'm in Florida. I think the hottest day we've seen this year is like 36C. And the thing is like, that's almost like a normal day. We'll get to like 35 or 36 on the hottest days, but it's usually like 32, 33C here. I've never seen 46 here. Never. 35, but feels like 46. Oh, okay, that's different. Okay, I got you. Now, yeah, I don't know. The thing is though, like down here, it's like it's always so humid that like you don't even think about it. You know, it's just like it's like 95% humidity. So when they tell you it's that it's going to be you know, highs of 34 today, you just expect that it's highs of 34 with 95% humidity and, you know, whatever. And yeah, they do the feels like temperature and stuff like that, but you know, you just don't worry about it. Up there, I'm guessing, you know, up in like when I was up in Philly and whatever, you know, yeah, it was different there because the humidity really, you know, you had a broader range of temperatures that you could be at all day, like each day. Every day could be different. And then when you pile the humidity on top of that, which could also be highly variable up there, you just never really knew. So like some days you'd have your feels like temperature is like 105, and other days the feels like temperature is like 95, you know, or something like that. And the other thing too is now that I'm doing so much with flying, I have to really pay attention to the weather a lot more. I've learned so much about weather just from trying to be a pilot, because you really need to know all about all that kind of stuff. Felt in your boat is a hard time breathing outside, really? $30C one day to 13 another. Wow. I am going to get back to some Lotro here as soon as I finish eating my breakfast. Well, we can keep working through that. So, I've been trying to work my way through just buying up additional reputation here. I'm not sure which one I was working on last. I think it might, well, let's see. We've got Riders of Rohan, Men of Dale. See, like a lot of the later ones that I never really finished up. This was kind of amazing when I saw this, though. I was like, wow. So, like, Riders of Rohan, we've never gotten past Friend. So I was like, all right. So we'll, so 17. And you only get, like, by doing this, you only get 10 a day. So you get, like, 300 per. So you only get about 3,000 points per day. Men of Dale, were almost to kindred with them, actually. So we could probably work that one forward. I try to like finish up the ones that I can. Maybe we'll do that. We'll do the Men of Dale ones for today. Is that here? No, that's not there. Is that the 101s? Yes. Men of Dale. So Deadly Claws and Spiny Carapaces. I think the Spinies. Yeah, we have 293 of those. So we'll work through some more Men of Dale, try to get that up to kindred. Spiny Carapace. This is what's a pain. Can I just do 10 of these at once? That would be rude. Can you still buy rep items in a skirmish camp? I think you can. I think you can. But I have so many. Because I've just banked them all. So I've been trying to use up what's in this task item carry-all. To try to, you know, get rid of the old ones that I don't need. You know, a lot of the lower level stuff that I've just been carrying around for a while as well. And I'm trying to finish up the ones in areas, you know, the reputation in areas that I've pretty much completed running through. So that I don't necessarily have to go back and farm a bunch of reputation items. Do the daily rep quests or any of that kind of stuff. I'm just trying to burn through all this stuff that I have to try to finish them up. And I seem to have plenty, so. In Rohan, a lot of factions, you need a lot of repeatables to get kindred. Rohan? Really? Okay. When we get done with this, I'm going to go, we'll get back into King's Gondor and we'll continue the questing. I actually haven't quested up there since I was, since last Sunday when I was streaming last week. So we're probably just going to pick up right where we left off last week. And again, that storyline up there, everything's all new to me. I haven't done any of that on any other characters. So, all right, there's our 10. Our task limit has been reached. All right, Men of Dale. So we're at 19.7. Let's see. So 3 per day. 3, 6, 9, 12. So it's going to take us another 4 days of that. Which means I'm going to need a lot more. Yeah, I'm not going to have enough. Because you're going to need 100 per day. Yeah, so we're not going to have enough for that. We'll have to go figure out how we're going to get some more. Wanted to get the deed. I think it's called Restoring the North. Oh, no. No, no, no. That, I believe... Oh, no. That's my prized Ale Association goat. Hang on a second. I think... Because I just went through all of the Restoring the North stuff. And, I forget which one it is. Is that this? It's no, it's not the Silent Hunter. I thought there's the Goat of Erebor's Royal Guard. No, let me see. Maybe if we open up the deed thing here. So Rovanian. And if we look at the dwarf holds, I suppose. Oh, dwarf holds are not done. The strongholds of the north. So complete deeds of the north, and then you come in here. The Goat of the Crimson Guard. Yes, I did the 100 repeatables. It totally sucked. But I believe this is the one you're referring to. The Goat of the Crimson Guard. Let's see if we can find that. There it is. Tell me if this is the one you're... This one? Is this the one you're thinking of? Because if it is, that one is still there. Because I just finished doing all of the deeds in Strongholds of the North. So there you go. There it is. Goat of the Crimson Guard. Pretty cool looking goat. The only thing I had left up there was the one scourge that I couldn't do solo. Seems to be a bit of a problem. All right, well, we seem to be done with these for the day. Now I got to figure out where we need to go for our... Still need to do complete a sunny fair day, but I don't want to do festival stuff here while we're streaming. You don't need to win with auto. That one later. I only have one of the lucky day races left to do. I have to win with auto in the keg race. All right, so defeat Corsairs in Katsur. Travel skills. Where are we going? Lond Kirion, I believe, is where we can head to for that. Recently got the deed where you had to kill each Nazgul. Oh, yes, killing the 9. I've done it. I did. I soloed them all. Witch King made me suffer, but I managed to solo it on your hunter. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, that, I believe the reward for that is, one of the rewards for that is the cloak that I'm wearing. The Cloak of the 9, if I'm correct, and I think this is the hooded version. So, yeah, I think if you kill them all, you get that. If I remember correctly. I may not remember correctly. I don't remember many things, let alone remember them correctly. I will say it is one of those things that makes my pilot education difficult at times. There's so much to remember and retain, and all these damn kids that can remember so much stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, my brain just can't absorb it all. Alright, so here we are. And what do we have here? Fasten a wagon. Oh, the wagon wheel. That's right. Alright, so we have the wagon wheel. There's something we got to do down here. The trap sprung. And chapter 3.9. That's the kid, right? Find a guardsman on the bridge northwest of Lon Kirion. Talk to Airhant on the bridge to the northwest. Okay. All right, so let's do that real quick. The bridge northwest. I guess that's over here. There's a quest ring too. Saw a quest ring pop up on the thing there. The bridge offers a breathtaking view of the water. All right, let me clear out the palette here before I have to read, because this is one of the reading ones. Okay, here we go.
I saw you and King Elisar when you arrived at Lon Kirion in the company of young Master Orgulus.
He is a frequent visitor to this bridge and often wants news from me concerning distant lands. News is poor of late. Corsair ships are often seen along the coast, and they endanger the fisherfolk and peasantry of Anphalas. Do they not know the war is over? King Elisar in the main hall. Okay. All right. So let's go do the wagon wheel first, and then we'll come back to the main hall and talk to the king. So I changed a few things around on the stream earlier this week, trying to sort of simplify my streaming setup, because, you know, over time, you know, you want to stream this, or you add that, or you do this, that, or the other, and a bunch of stuff gets put in there and doesn't get taken out, and then it sort of affects it. So hopefully things on the stream are okay this morning. I did turn on music in the game, because honestly I haven't heard the music from around these areas, so I was like, alright, I'll turn this on. So let me know if that is too loud or too soft. We can make some adjustments there if we need to. I gotta say, it's crazy like how low I have to make the music sounds in-game. I gotta turn them down to like 0.05 or something on the bar, because the in-game music is just so loud relative to everything else.
I welcome your aid.
Alright. Alright, the wagon is done. Back to town. Actually sounds like some sea shanty music. King is in the main hall. Need to figure out how to get back there again. That up here? Leave it may be. Yep. There he is.
Lady Mara and I have come to an understanding.
And she knows we did as much for her husband as we could, and mourn with her that it was not enough. He has my promise that we will work to defend her people as Golazgil desired. We did leather arm guard. Definitely not as good as the Delver embraces I have.
Lady Mara's scouts patrol the lands hereabout in search of corsair raiding parties.
And I have offered to them the assistance of my traveling companions, many of whom are deadly with weapons of every sort. I count you in this number, and would greatly appreciate your aiding the scouts as they seek such foes as Trouble and Falaz. Scouts have gone in 3 directions, to the north, the east, and the south. Flickering pearl ring. Ooh. Not sure if that's a better item or not, but we'll see. Alright, so they're all outside the city there. The Haven of Sailors. What is that? Where'd that take us? Don't see a Oh, okay, that's way over there on the way to Andrast, so we'll hold off on that one. I think we'll swing down here, we'll do these two, and then try to hit that one over on there. Assuming that's a... Now, it says to talk to all these people, but I don't know whether or not they're going to be like, oh, here's another smaller quest for you to... Good kitty cat. Where's this person? Oh.
We must not let our vigilance lapse.
Fend Gilvanel. Okay. Well, that was easy. Next. Uh-oh. Bird's going to attack. When birds attack.
We'll do our best to repair and rebuild what we can.
Defend Galeth. Sweet. Now, got whatever this is way over here on the other coast over there. So we're going to go that way first. So we can finish that off. Hey, Dr. High, are you still here? Search for Colonel Deer at the fish traps outside the southern... There's no sign of eternal deer. You see more traps on the western. This way. So tell me, what is... excuse me. what is a good way to work on improving my landings for, like, so yesterday I was working on soft field takeoffs and landings. And that wasn't really so much the issue. Well, it was. So for takeoffs, I was trying to get used to, okay, stay in ground effect, right? When you're doing a soft field takeoff, obviously, you know, your full back pressure on the yoke. At least, you know, you want to keep that wheel up off the turf, right? You want to keep that nose wheel up off the turf. So you do that. You got the back pressure. You're waiting. You know, your flaps 10. You're waiting for the plane to come up. It takes off, and then, of course, you're trying to level out very quickly so that you can stay in ground effect until you can build up additional speed, at which point then you come up and positive rate of climb, flaps up. Okay, so I get the process, right? So that was kind of okay. It was just really a matter of just kind of understanding the flow of how you do that, right? And that just takes practice. And then the landings were basically standard landing, but as soon as you get on the ground, right, it's that full back pressure, keep that nose wheel off the ground, aerodynamic braking, getting on the brakes to slow down quickly, you know, that kind of thing. So again, that just kind of takes effort, effort, but takes practice and whatever. And so I didn't do quite as well with those. What was it? When I flew on Wednesday, we were doing short field takeoffs and landing. That was a little different. And my instructor kind of had me really hustling through a lot of this stuff too. And kind of wasn't too thrilled about that. But, you know, we moved through it and whatever, and that's fine. And I learned what needs to be done. My problem is I still seem to keep flaring high. And I don't know if my CFI knows how to help me fix it. Yeah, no, he did, actually. He did some to demonstrate and whatever, and that was all cool. Like, I understand all of the procedures. Again, it's practice to just kind of build up. Okay, we're doing a short... And the other thing, too, is, like, if you're trying to do, like, a soft field landing on a 150-foot wide runway... It's not going to look the same or feel the same or whatever, clearly, you know, when I actually have to do a soft field landing on a real soft field. But, you know, to avoid, you know, causing problems while we are simulating that and learning that, we're doing it at the airport there. So, but my biggest problem is I keep flaring too high, and I don't know how to fix it.
The soldiers of Gondor have all gone to war, and we are left to fend for ourselves.
Oh, no. Oh, there they are. Oh, I probably shouldn't be on my horse. But wait, there's more. Okay, that's done. All right, then we got one guy to talk to way up to the north of town, but I think we'll go back into town here. Rather than going all around. Actually, we could take the elevator. You know, because towns have elevators. Blinking up here, so maybe that's way up top. All right, let's Sometimes it's just hard to know, to keep flying into the ground and to not flare early. I have a tendency to turn my final early. Actually, it takes a conscious effort to not turn early. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. See, that's the thing, like, too. Like, I look at my flight paths, because I record all that, right? So I've got ForeFlight, and I'm recording my flights, and not only, I got the video for them and all that, too, so I can go back and review some of that stuff. So that's always... But, like... What is this? Mistress... got going on. Forestry, prospecting, scholarship, and tailor. What the... Why do I still have these available?
Would you do something for me?
Weird. Check that out later. So, I mean, like, I go back and I look at my flight paths and I look at, how well I'm doing my, rectangular patterns and stuff when I'm doing pattern work, So I do a lot of that. And I review that and I look at it and they look good, I mean, I try to use some of the tools that I have. I mean, I'm flying, G1000 planes. So I'm able to, set up things to help me with wind correction and all that kind of stuff, right? So I feel like my patterns are generally good. I've had people that have looked at them and said, yeah, actually they look pretty good. I don't know if they're good enough for, like, what check ride would require, but because mostly now it's like I'm trying to get a lot of the required elements done, right? So this Thursday I have a night flight, so we're gonna do our first night flight together. We're just gonna stay at the airport there at Brooksville and just kind of get used to doing some night stuff, doing some landings. I think I need a total of 10 landings at night. Take off, full stop, and taxi back, take off. So I think what we're gonna do is do like 5, because then we have to plan another night flight that's like 100-mile cross country. So we have to do that. So we'll, I think the plan is to do that, and then do the additional landings and stuff for that one as well. So, so that's kind of how we're breaking it down to just get the major elements done for the PPL.
Have you come to help? Good.
Here they come. But yeah, my problem still seems to be with my landing that I flare too early, and and then I guess I'm not correcting for it well, right? Because I'm still, I guess I'm still in the habit of, I want to be looking down, to the end of, you shift your focus towards the end of the runway and whatever. But the problem is I'm still too high, so I'm still trying to level it out, and you wind up getting slow, and then you just kind of drop a bit, and yeah, that doesn't. So that's my problem.
Gondor will
And there
never
are some
be
days
as it
where
was.
I do really well. I do okay. But other times I don't, and it's a little frustrating. All right, let's see. So that's done. Now we go talk to... So we go talk to LSR again. K-Bar calls you over. Seems worried.
Oh, I am glad you have returned.
King LSR asked for me to attend to some business about an hour from now, and I am consumed with worry about what it might be. Trying not to be nervous, but it is, well, it is different.
Will you accompany me, my friend? The king did not prohibit it so far as I know.
And I cannot imagine he would not allow you to be present at whatever this duty turns out to be. I would just feel better if you were there. Tell me you will come with me. Oh, looks like an instance. So what's this ring we got? The flickering pearl ring. Vitality and finesse. We're going to lose about 300 agility. We don't really want to do. We're going to lose tactical mitt. We're going to lose physical mastery. We'll gain might and will. Yeah, I don't...
Thank you, my friend. I will not forget this.
Let us meet with King Elisar at the appointed hour. And until that time comes, I will try to not worry over much.
Today we are gathered to hear the last wishes of Golazgil, Lord of Anfalos, who fell in service of the kingdom.
We are here to witness the last wishes of Lord Golazgil, as written in his final testament. That is a relief. I was afraid I had done something wrong. Kabar turns a bright shade of pink at the realization that he has spoken loudly in the quiet room. Oh, hush now, Kabar chides himself under his breath. This is a solemn...
Lord Golazgil's last wishes should have been presented before now. Why wait so many months to reveal his wishes?
I found them only today.
She's lying.
Oh, is that so? They were lost.
Bring them forth, Lady Mara, if you will.
She's lying. Something is afoot. She conspires with the king.
The seal is broken.
See, I told you.
How are we to know the contents of this testament are as Lord Golazgil intended? Mara might have written anything within.
Well, let's read it for ourselves, shall we? Seal on the papers has indeed been broken, which is unusual for such a document.
My scribe has much skill and experience with the written word. He will tell us if Golazgil wrote this testament. Kaibar, will you examine the writing contained within, please?
Oh, yes, of course, my king.
Make yourself useful, buddy.
It is true, the seal is broken, but the letter within is written in only one hand.
That proves nothing. Mara might have written or rewritten it in its entirety.
Compare it to something else. Oh, look,
Lady
you
Mara,
made her
can
cry.
you produce a sample of your husband's writing for us?
Oh, I suppose there might be something within this chamber.
Oh, she sounds a little indignant now. I'm telling you, she's
My friend.
scheming.
Find a sample of Golazgil's writing. Show it to Kaibar.
Okay, I can do that. Possibly Golazgil's notes. Maybe Golazgil's notes. This parchment contains notes on the migratory patterns of seabirds, but it is unsigned. Perhaps, maybe or perhaps. What do you think is the better choice here? Possibly, maybe, or perhaps. This page lists coins earned and spent, but could have been written by anyone. Perhaps, Golazgil's notes. A paper used as a bookmark has the notation, "Remember to buy fish," but it is unsigned. Oh, potentially, Golazgil's notes. Pages with the heading "Notes on the Currents" is signed by Golazgil and contains musings on the subject. You found something written in Golazgil's hand? Aye, these notes are extensive. And see where he signed them, here at the bottom? He must have been very interested in the movement of the currents to have written so much. Let me compare the handwriting of these pages with his purported testament. Hey, questing dad. A 3-stream streak. Wow. Welcome back, man. How are you? Alright, let's see here.
The handwriting matches perfectly.
Thank you, Kaibar. Read us now the last wishes of Lord Galasgil, if you would.
Very well, my king. I, Galasgil of Anfalas, make this record in the library of Lond Kirion, my home. Tomorrow I depart for Minas Tirith at the command of the steward Denethor. Should I not return, this testament will direct the disposal of my land and property.
Blah, 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 blah. For the better part of an hour, Kaibar reads Galasgil's last wishes. Blah, 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 blah.
And to the fishing village of Melgobas, I leave that same sum in gold. I direct also that they be given my notes on water temperature and the currents. The streams of Gondor all lead to the sea eventually.
All drains lead to the ocean.
But it seems to me that even the Bay of Belfalas has rivers of its own. I have one more wish, and I hold it most dear. To my son Orgolas, I leave the great ship Folfaroth, the Wave Hunter. May he command the Wave Hunter in service of Gondor when he is old enough. I hope to stand alongside him on the deck when he does. But if I cannot, may he follow in his father's footsteps all the same. To my dear wife Mara, I leave my love and all remaining lands and titles I possess. May she rule Anfalas well and wisely until our son and my heir Orgolas comes of age. That is the end.
She got everything.
Thank you, Kaibar. As King of Gondor, I command that these wishes of loyal Galasgil be carried out as best they may.
Oh, questing dad. Things are good here. Just doing the do, man. Flying planes, playing Lotro, eating tasty noms. We had to weed the backyard yesterday, though. That was fun. Not fun. Fun, but not fun, if you know what I mean. We've actually... It was glorious. That's funny. She's like shouting for the other. She's like, it was glorious. No, we were talking about being outside and it was hot and all that kind of stuff. We were talking about that earlier. And, you know, and it's like... Because it's Florida, it's like you can go out there and you can do stuff, but like some things you can only like do for just so long, before you can't, you know, just because it's hot. But yeah, we got our one of the other things too is the two of us have been really trying to do some healthier things, right? Doing some exercise. We actually bought one of those little weight trees, you know, with dumbbells, you know, 5 through 25 pound dumbbells, just so that we have some light weights to do some stuff with, and you know, because we're getting old and we gotta like take care of that kind of stuff, you know. But I think our problem is we still like food too much. All right. Thank you for your part in this. I am glad to have heard Galasgil's wishes. For now, we can see that they will be carried out. He was a good friend and a worthy soldier, and I want to honor his directives. There is still a question I want answered, but it is a sensitive nature, and I will first allow the audience to disperse. We will speak with the Lady Mara about his last question. when we can do so without too many ears nearby to hear. Alright, that's the end of it. The end of the instance. Keep working out to keep my... Yeah, that's the thing. And I know that over time, you know, we've lost muscle mass because, you know, we're just lazy and sit around and watch TV half the night and don't really get outside to do... It's funny, like, you know, we bought the house, and of course there are things that need to be done outside. And when we first got here, there were some things that did need doing. I had to do some fence repairs and gate and stuff like that. And so I was outside, you know, and that's the thing. Like, I want to get outside and actually be doing things, you know, that are, like, practical to do. You know, like things that need to be done that require some physical exercise and work and stuff like that, to try to maintain and not just be like, okay, I gotta go. Because honestly, like, I get really bored really fast when it comes to, like, doing, like, just rote exercise, you know what I mean? I'd rather be doing something that, you know, gives me some exercise but accomplishes something else at the same time, so, if that makes sense.
I am sorry, but it was very hard to hear these things.
My husband was a man of great bravery and courage and a generous heart, but to think of him writing these things alone without first taking my advice. I will shed no more tears. I wish this letter had not been read here today. Mara falls silent, face a mask.
I have to ask you something, Mara.
And I do not wish to give you offense or cause you any further upset, but I feel that I must ask it. Elisar fixes his gaze upon the Lady of Anphilas. When next he speaks, his voice is gentle, but his eyes are stern. Why did you break the seal upon your husband's last wishes, Mara? The parchment was not found only today, as you suggested. See, I said she was lying. The paper was in your possession ever since Golasgil departed, and you knew its contents before now.
I am grateful for your discretion earlier, my king.
For Coruscant would seek any advantage he could from this, and Golasgil would never forgive me should a widow's weakness endanger Orgolas's claim. But I broke the seal and read my husband's last wishes out of the fear that he would do as he indeed has indeed done, granted to his son and mine that cursed ship Wave Hunter. How often did he speak of his intention for Orgolas to follow in his own steps and become a great mariner like his father? Too often, and every time it cut me deeply. The Wave Hunter was harbored upstream in Pinath Gelin during the war to protect it from the Corsairs, and I have refused to summon it back here to keep Orgolas as far from its threatening decks as I can. When I saw such a bequest had been made, I did not know what to do, but I cannot disobey the command of the King of Gondor. Hindering Golasgil's wishes was bad enough, but I fear for my son's safety. He is so young, my king. You must understand.
I entreat you to forbid Orgolas from leaving Lon Kirion, no matter what his father has gifted to him.
I gave you my thanks for not speaking what you suspected in front of Coruscant, King Elisar, but you will have my thanks 100-fold if you do this now. I entreat you to forbid Orgolas from leaving Lund Kirion no matter what his father has gifted to him. Already it is nearly impossible to keep him from sneaking beyond the walls, but perhaps a command from the King of Gondor would stay his steps.
I understand this request, Mara, but I fear you may do more harm with it than you will prevent.
Your son will not be kept from leaving your home if that is the purpose of his heart. Though the command be in the king's service, or king's voice, Orgolas will know who wrote the words, and that knowledge can only breed resentment. You say Golasgil was a fine mariner, and I do not doubt he was, but what I have learned of your husband from my own is that he cared deeply for the people of Anphilas. and did not sail from them or from you without great need. Perhaps if Orgolas understood the cares and concerns of the folk he will rule when he comes of age, he will make the same choice, and the Wave Hunter will remain at its dock. This, then, is my suggestion. Let your son come with our traveling party as we journey to Pineth Gillen. It is my belief that Orgolas will see this land with new eyes, and he will grow into the responsibility he must one day have. Good idea.
I do not know.
Mara looks from the queen to the king and back again. What if this journey gives life to embers that might otherwise have been cooled? I do not see how such an adventure could prevent that which I fear for my son. But if you permit Dearam to also join your traveling party, that he may attend my son and keep him safe, I suppose I cannot refuse. Okay. Go find that dude. Dearam outside the...
I am surprised Lady Mara has agreed to allow Orgolas to depart with the king and queen.
But Pineth Gelen is not far from here. I will do what I can to keep the boy safe among the green hills. Perhaps he will be less likely to slip my watch if he feels that he is on an adventure and need not go in search of another one himself.
Is it true? I am to depart with the king's party for Pineth Gelen? That is wonderful news!
Yes, that is where the Wave Hunter is currently docked. Are we going to see the ship that my father left to me? Ah, so he knows of the ship, and he knows that Dad left it for that. What do we have here now? Shields. Shields! What do they look like? Do you have any? Let's see. So there's that one. That's kind of nice. Is this bound to character? Bind on acquire. So then there's that one, and there's that one. So they're nice shields. Very nice. Stout Umbari Hard. We'll take the one worth the most money, because we're going to sell it anyway, right?
Do you think there will be fighting?
They say the war is over, but from the tower I saw Corsair ships off in the distance, and the guards report that they sometimes send raiding parties inland to slay and to steal. I have studied the maps, you know, and the road to Pineth Gelen leaves Lond Curion to the west. It passes through Thingast before turning north, and folks say Thingast might be haunted. I will have my sword at the ready. Will you tell King Elisar that I am not afraid? Okay. Oh, there he is.
Young Orgolos says the road we must take through Thingast may be haunted.
I have not heard this before, though it is true that folk once dwelled there, and now only their ruins remain. They were called Oradoth by the Dunedain, but they had another name for themselves that I cannot recall. As we travel through Thingast, let us remain alert for any dangers that might threaten the safety of the company. Spirits, beasts, or raiding corsairs. Two of these seem more likely to me, but I will not discount the possibility that the folk of Anphalas know more about these lands than we do, and Thingast may truly be haunted by shades. I tell you, I have had my fill of spirits. My companion, Pirluin, was Lord of Pineth Gelen, and he and I adventured with Forlong in days long ago. Forlong would say he could never have his fill of spirit, and Pirluin would laugh and laugh. No room could be empty of cheer that had the two of them in it. But they are gone now, and cheer seems hard to come by. At least the memory of their jesting remains with me, and I cherish it. Beat beasts or spirits in Thingast. Righty then. I guess we go across the bridge to the other area. And then we're on to Andrast. Oh, I guess this would count over here too. Oh, we can't go to Andrast. That's not actually a place to go to. So Pinath Gelling is up here. Ost Arndir. Okay, so this is the area that we're heading to next. So do we go over here in Thingast? I guess we could. I mean, we can go over here too, but I don't know what's the best way to go. I guess we'll go across the bridge. We'll see what's over this way. There might be some things to tag. Locations to see. People to talk to. And we have that other one too, defeat Corsairs, so we do need to go all the way over here to the western side. I guess that's going to be, is this the western end of the map, like completely? Doesn't look like we can go any further than that. That was easy. Horns? Really just kind of a kill anything. What's everybody else working on in Lotro this week? Anything exciting? Haven't actually... I'm still so far behind. It's like, I feel like it's going to take me a good while. Ooh, Dead Slayer. Oh, we do need to slay a... it's going to take me a long while to get caught up. Let's see. Do we get... that tree... Let's see something. So, King's Gondor. Western King's Gondor. They're a Slayer deep. Head Slayer. That's not what we just did. What did we get? Here we go. Oh, we're in Outer Gondor. Dead Slayer, Corsair Slayer, Beast Slayer, Insect Slayer. We haven't finished any of those yet, so we haven't opened up, like, the meta deed. But let's see if the trees... Okay, that's not a thing. Ooh, shades. Here we go. Dark water. A wretched dark water. Now dead dark water. Travel to the entrance of IFL in Tumrost. That's going to be way up there, but we want to finish this other thing. So scary. So we're going down here. We've discovered Artheont. Okay. Kill Corsairs down here. Discovered Katsur. Oh, there's a sneaky boy right there. We're going to do that. Talk to Mara. Okay, so we have to go back. Alright, so we have to go back there. That's fine. We'll swing up around the other way first and deal with that. Oh. Hello, Corsair Raider at the end of the dock. Oops. Oh, Captain. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Ow! I'm gonna make you run now. So is there anything in particular we want to come over here for? Probably not. Again, this is the seems to be the end of the map. So to Andrast, so Anphilas, Pineth, Gelleen, nothing over there. So to the west of Gondor, right? So Lamroth here. I guess that's just this area over here that we don't really do anything with right now. Supposedly. Interesting. Wonder if that'll be part of a future expansion. Does anybody know what normally is over in that space in the in Middle Earth? What is that area over there, if anything? I'm gonna grab the road up here. We'll head up north. So the Avox don't attack right away, which is kind of nice. Yeah, I was just thinking, you know what would be kind of cool? You know how you go through some of these areas and, like, these things are green, right? So they're not really going to be able to do much damage to us, but they don't attack us. But, like, what if it was, like, you went to any area in the game and, like, green mobs didn't instantly attack you? Because they were green mobs, they do that little, I'm gonna look at you and I'm gonna like hiss at you and all of that kind of thing. Right? Like the birds. See now that bird, see that one just came the hell after me. What the hell's up with that? But like because they're green, it's like, do they really need to like forcefully attack us all the time? They were green and then, you know, we obviously are going to be able to kick their ass. So why not just make them so that they're like the pig there? They just turn and look at us and like, and then think twice about whether or not they want to attack us. Alright, so we're going to this town here. Yeah, this is all new. Awesome landscape, though. Do wish I could see it in the daylight. Should have seen it in better days. Y'all are so quiet. This way. Ah, here we go. Explorer of Pinath Gelling. Dream Warrior. Do we need to get them? Or if we need some of them? Oh, pickpocket. See if he's got any prezzies for us. No, I failed to burgle any items. Now I'm gonna kill you. Hey! What the hell was that all about? Yep. Haradrim Slayer of Outer Gondor. We do need to kill a few of them. Next victim. Yeah, you were a little... Beasts. I'm sure that there's a... Is that a beast slayer? Deed. See if he has any prezzies for us. Failed to burgle any items. Die. Goblins? Wonder if that becomes a Slayer deed that we need. Orc kind or goblin. Yes, it does. Would you look at that? Very nice. Discovered IFL.
You are here to help?
Apparently.
Do you have a moment for me?
Chapter 4.1 in the Green Hills. Do you have a moment for me? I know we have come to Pineth Gelling for matters most serious, but I beg a small boon of you and the king, for we have come to a place of which I have heard a great deal, and all of it good. This is Iafel in Tunmrost, and word of the high quality of its grapes has reached the ears of wine lovers across all of Gondor, even in distant Minas Tirith. Do you think you might see if one of the vintners here might gift us a bottle or two of their finest? I do not know what it is that makes the wine here so renowned, but this is likely to be my only chance to sample it. Okay. Wine it is.
Well met. I am Lumar, Scout Commander for the Knights of the Green Hills.
The knights have spoken your name with cheer around many a fire. I pray I can charge you with a small task. My fellow scout went north to look into troubling reports of goblin activity. Last, she missed her last deadline for reporting back, and I can wait no longer before pressing on to Ost Arndir.
Again, I went north, following reports of goblin activity at the nearby farm.
Defeat goblins.
Welcome to Iafel, the most fruitful field among all the green hills of Pineth Gelling.
I understand your company came to Tunmrost by the road from Anfilas. You saw then how dry that land can be, despite how near to the sea it lies. I will, of course, gift to the king and his party some bottles of our finest wine, for you must all be so parched. Our land is quite different than the Langstrand to the south, where that is a place of dry, salt-scarred cliffs. Ours is a green, rainy country. The mist off the sea comes to the mountains as low clouds, leaving fog in the hollows. It gives to our grapes a rich, full taste, and the wine we make from them is without compare. Aye, we will gift you some bottles, but first I ask that some among your company help us with the work. Not the king or queen, of course, but we have grapes to pick, and you surely will not refuse when such quality wine is to be the reward. Grape picking. Seems familiar. Like we've done this before. I don't know, we'll see.
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend.
Complete vineyard pests, a delivery for the Cooper, fence repair, and the Crows of Iafel. Oh, look. More quests.
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend.
Pick up the stack of planks.
The shadow of war is now behind us.
Repair
and Gondor
sections.
rejoices.
Shh, I'm reading here. Repair sections of fence.
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend.
Talk to Derva.
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend.
Chew birds.
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend.
And defeat vineyard flies. So many things to do. A bunch of stuff that goes all the way up through there. That's interesting. Alright. Well, here we go. Vine trellises.
You have done very well with the work.
Should you wish to aid us in the future, I would not refuse the assistance, but I suppose the king has other tasks for you. I set aside some bottles for your company. Bring them to the king's provisioner, and be sure to tell her that if she wishes to purchase more for the cellars of Minas Tirith, the vintners of Ifel will give her a fair price. The king should have the finest of wines for his table. You agree?
Thank you for these. No, we cannot open them now.
We must save them for the right time. I'm certain that they will live up to their reputation, but if we were to drink them now in the field, we would truly be wasting the opportunity to enjoy them. Perhaps when the king's business in Pinath Gelin is done. Where does he intend next to travel?
Our next destination is Ost-Arndir, stronghold of the Lord of the Green Hills.
It was the keep of my friend and companion Hirluin the Fair. I understand after his death at Pelennor, his daughter now rules from that seat.
Hirluin's daughter is named Nauriel. She is high in the order of knights that protects Pinath Gelin.
It is the tradition in this land that women may also wield sword and scepter. She is married to Carandolion, who is the brother of Duinhir of the Blackroot Vale, though I recall the two are quite different in temper. The son of Naruil and Carandolion is named Thorongil, and must now be about 10 years old. Yes, I am afraid Hirluin spoke often of our campaign in Umbar, and while it has been many years since I wore the name Thorongil, his grandson was given that name in remembrance of me. I would prefer you not speak of it to Nauriel or her son. There must be a few in Outer Gondor these days who know the warrior Thorongil and the King Elisar for the same man, and I would like to keep it that way. Ost-Arndir is to the northeast of Ifel, and let us travel there now before Grethril burdens our pack horses with more bottles of wine than we need. Speak honestly, this may have happened already. Alright, so let's finish our questing around this area first. Goblins. Goblin. A lot of stuff to kill around here, but these aren't actually part of the quests that we need to do. Shoe birds. This that we have. Goblins in the Green Hills. Okay, so this is for goblins around this area. Ah, yes. The flies. One more. Oh, those are the birds we must shoo away. Shoo. Oh, fences to fix. Bird seems to say, "Curse you, I wasn't done eating." Wow. Wow. Ooh, that was harsh. Thump. 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 Alright, fences are done. Shoo, bird. Shoo, bird. Shoo, bird. Shoo, bird. Done. Let's see. There was something about a stack of planks. Go back in town. I guess we can turn these in. Are these like dailies? Like repeatable dailies or something? Fence repair.
Gondor has
No,
a
it doesn't
king
look like
again.
one. Deed. Quests of Pinath Galeen. Well, this is just doing quests here. Pros.
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend. I never thought to see the days of peace come again.
Where are these planks? Are they over here? Oh, definitely not there. What's... Oh, there we go. Flotsam. Found some flotsam. Now we need some jetsam to go along with it. Alright. Carry the stack to Tregeth. Okay. Where is this Tregeth person? What's the name of this one? A delivery for the Cooper. Goes this way? There we go. You have delivered the planks. Oh, there she is.
We will do our best to repair and rebuild what we can.
Okay. Done.
Gondor has a king again.
Yes. We still have the defeat goblins. Kind of thinking we could do that along the way. I guess we probably should go. Let's go up north to that cave. And go check out what's up there. Ooh, this is a nice other part of town. Nope, that's just a courtyard. Can't go through there. Go this way. There's a whole other town up here somewhere. What we got? Haradrim. We got goblins. We'll take out some more goblins along the way. I don't think we do, though. I don't see many. Oh, there's one. Found one. Failed to burgle any items. Not a very good burglar today, am I? Another one. I'm gonna count. Yep. We need to go that way. What is this place? It look like a mushroom tent. Well, that's interesting. A goblin. You've discovered leaking. Probably a little messy over here. Leaking, messy, you know. Wine delivery service.
The long night has ended and the sun rises upon a peaceful kingdom.
Garlic scapes are a fair exchange for wine.
A king has come again to Gondor. The long night has ended and the sun rises upon a peaceful kingdom.
Eat wood trolls and pick mushrooms. The woods to the northwest. Ah, way up there. Okay. Alrighty. I guess that's what we shall do then. Something's chasing me. Oh. I love how they've taken the Lotro theme and they've made this like little sea shanty kind of tune out of it. Always been a huge fan of the music. And it's kind of waxed and waned over the years. Some years it's been really great. Some other times for other expansions, not so much. These little sea shanty stuff is kind of cool. Perils of the Green Hills. What is this deed? Shulgmach. Perils of the Green Hills. Okay, okay. I guess we gotta find a lot of bad places in the Green Hills now. Resting. Oh, there's two of them. Interesting. One's dead. Oh, I guess we do have a bunch of different ones of these to take care of. Lobbers. Don't need more warriors. We do need lobbers. All too easy. Curious as to why this all looks like elven architecture out here. Doesn't it? couple more goblins. Haven't played Lotro in a long time. How is it now? Honestly, it's probably as good as it's ever been. I mean, there's just so much content. And, lots of stuff to do. I mean, I'm still getting caught up myself. It's been a while since I had... Oh, hello, Goblin. I was looking for you. I mean, I don't know. Everybody likes things differently for different reasons, but... You know, if you haven't played in a while and, like, you're interested in coming back to play, yeah, you know, just get back in and play. Been a lot of changes as far as servers and whatnot. They've done... Well, let's see. What did they do? They created 64-bit servers. So then, and that just was their way to sort of forcibly move everybody off of the 32-bit servers and get everybody combined onto fewer 64-bit servers. It's a very sneaky plan they had. Oh, we need to go that way. But yeah, they were very sneaky about that. They made it all look like, hey, new 64-bit servers. This is how we can consolidate servers without forcing everybody to consolidate servers. We'll just let everybody go where they want. They did a pretty good job of it, though. Things are still a little buggy here and there, but it's okay. And hi, Sneakies. I saw you sneak in here. How you doing, man?
Trying to get her to squeak.
Yeah.
Hi, kitty. Hi.
Oh, she's not doing it this time. Oh.
Wait.
Meow. Speak.
Nope. I wonder if she's. I wonder since she lost that tooth, if maybe like she's not as irritated. So, how many of you ever seen with a kitten? Because we have the 2 kittens that we adopted a few months back, and how many of you ever seen where they get like a set, like their adult tooth comes down, but the kitten tooth in that spot hasn't come out yet, right? So you kind of wind up with these 2 teeth that are overlapped. And she had that problem, and just in the last, I guess, day or so, that tooth fell out. She seems to be a little bit more tolerant of being picked up and held and all that kind of stuff right now. So I'm wondering if maybe she was just irritated with whatever was going on there, and now it's better. Do we need one more goblin? Or no, I guess we got all the goblins. Seems to be done. I think so. Yeah, I just need to defeat many now, but that's fine. Alright, back into town. Leaking! Welcome to Leaking. Be sure to pick up a towel on your way by.
The long night has ended and the sun rises upon a peaceful kingdom.
Alright, so we can go over here for a meeting missed. Did the kitty tooth fairy bring him a treat for the tooth? No. No, sadly, not yet. One of our biannual streams. Hey, Klaus. How are you there, friend? What's going on, man? Been a while. I mean, I've streamed 3 whole weeks in a row now. I mean, you know, 1 day a week, but you know, that still counts as 3 whole weeks, right? I was debating whether I wanted to do some Lotro this morning, because with the release of the new update for No Man's Sky, there's some really, really cool stuff in that game that I'd like to get into and go check out. I'm just not sure when to do it or to take the time or whatever. You've caught everyone. Yes, you have. Because Twitch said that you've been here for all 3. Isn't it great? You know, because Twitch said. Twitch must be right in everything they do.
Again, she came through here, but she's gone on up north.
As she heard that the goblins had been spotted blasting up the side of the mountain.
Are you going down to my farm? Yes, it is mine. But alas, it's completely overrun with goblins.
Goblins. Recover buried coins. Come on, buddy. Give me something good here. I failed to burgle any item. So now you die. You've discovered Elberry. Not to be confused with Elberry. Wow, I actually got a lesser enduring necklace of blocking. Ooh. Some coins around. So this is neat. This is like a one of those sort of what do they call that when you build like farm in tiers on like a hillside? There's a very specific name for that. Can't remember what it was. Failed to burgle any item.
You cannot defeat me!
Goblins. Terrace farming. Thank you. Thank you. That was what I was looking for. Hey, look at that. Klaus shows up and he is immediately useful. Oh, sneaky goblin. Ow. So I think everybody can be immediately useful. All you gotta do is speak up. We like our lurkers too. They like to lurk in the shadows. Alright, what do you got for me? Nothing. Failed to burgle. Very fond of that grade school random access memory. Nice. Oh my gosh. If only we all had that, right? Honestly, that would come in really handy for my flying stuff, because then I'd be able to just remember all of the obscure crap that I have to remember. It's burning. It burns! I'm convinced some people don't have RAM at all. Yeah, I know, right? I'm kind of one. I think what happens though is like the RAM gets kind of full as you get older, and there's just no room for anything else. And it's really hard to push stuff out to make room for new stuff. Why does it look like there's like so many goblins like congregating here? Oh, because they're in there. That's probably why. It gets rammed with TikTok? Yeah, that's part of the problem. I'll be honest, I don't watch much TikTok. Who here watches a lot of TikTok, if you're willing to admit to doing such a thing? I promise we won't make fun of you for it, but I am just kind of curious of, like, you know, who spends a fair bit of time watching stuff like that. Now, I'm usually flipping through, like, X or Facebook and,
you
know, have some
did it.
groups and things
I had a
on
good
there.
feeling about you. Glad
But,
I am that I trusted my gut.
YouTube is kind of our go-to for couch entertainment. You'll make fun of me in your head? Oh, okay. For them. Need to go where? Eating search for Ignia. How many cups of coffee am I on? Maybe 1.5. And even that's not, like, finished yet. But I did, Ange made me some great little, like, eggy breakfast sandwiches. Oh my gosh, they were so good. Little Grand's biscuits and you know, like a layer of egg in there and sliced cheese. Oh god, they were so good. Better than what you'd get at McDonald's, that's for damn sure. Probably use a little more coffee, though. I don't know how much we have left. The other thing, so one of the things that we have acquired recently was a new coffee maker. When we moved into the house, we brought the coffee maker over from the RV. Because, you know, we were just, you know, everything was about, you know, get in the house and, you know, keep using what we had kind of thing. And, you know, as time went by, we slowly have replaced or you know, placed into the house the things that we use daily and all that kind of thing, right? But, so it was finally time to really just kind of replace the coffee maker. And we wound up, the old one that we had was a combination drip coffee maker and also had a Keurig attached to it. And so we went with that again. And this newer one has actually got some interesting additional features. So, like, first thing is, like, for the drip coffee maker, you can select 6, 8, 10, or 12 cups. and there's like a hopper tank in the back that you fill with water. You don't actually, it's not like you fill up the coffee pot and you pour that water into the hopper, I guess, which then, you know, whatever, and does it that way. So this has a tank in the back, and the tank is shared by not only the Keurig side of the maker, but also the coffee pot. And it's what's amazing there is that they sort of use, I guess, whatever technology that they use to make the Keurig side of things brews the coffee just as fast. So it'll make like a 6-pot coffee in a 6-cup pot of coffee in like just a couple of minutes. It's actually really, really time saving. Because it used to be, you know, you get a coffee, you know, pot. You go to make a pot in the old one, and it would take like what 20 minutes to make a pot of coffee or something like that, or more. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
Much as I hate.
Yeah. Keurig cut, like the thing?
No.
Oh, it's an actual, because it's an actual Keurig coffee maker. Yeah, our other one was like a Hamilton Beach, and yeah, this one's actually manufactured by Keurig themselves. So, or at least it's their brand, right? The other nice thing is that this coffee maker on the Keurig side, again, you can do the same thing, 6, 8, 10, 12 ounce cups. But you can also make brewed into ice coffee, right? So you take a cup that is filled with ice, and then you can put that in there, and then you do this special brewed into ice button feature, or whatever you want to call it, and it will then brew. I think it only does like a 6 ounce cup of coffee, but it's almost like a cold brew. Like, it doesn't brew it as hot, so it does it like a cold brew. So then you get, you know, you end up with, you know, your 6 ounces of coffee in a cup of ice that it has already started to melt into, and then you add, you know, whatever else, like your creamer or whatever else it is you're going to put in there, and make yourself an iced coffee that way. And that's actually really, really cool. We've never had an iced coffee maker before. That was pretty neat. Just moved into my first house in April. Congratulations, that's awesome. And was gifted an espresso machine. It is, yeah, you know what? We had one of those combination like espresso cappuccino makers years ago. I had one of those, and I always liked making a nice cappuccino every so often. I wasn't so much into the espresso because I like, you know, cream and sugar, milk and sugar, whatever in my coffees anyway. So so that was always kind of cool, is being able to make that. So those are great. Clean them a lot. I've heard about mold problems, the ones with the tanks for water. It's interesting that you say that. So the one that we replaced, it had a tank also, right? But the tank was only for the Keurig side, right? And all the Keurig ones all still have, you know, they have the tanks because they need to, right? They have to have some place to draw that water from, and that's like instant hot, right? Whereas, you know, like you would pour a pot of water into a reservoir and then it pumps that out and heats that, and, you know, that was the old coffee maker, right? I will say that I do feel like that one did a better job of, you got richer coffee out of that one. I think it's because the coffee in the filter in the bucket held the water longer, the way it brewed. So it actually helped to make the coffee a bit richer, which I liked. This one, not so much. Like if you go, like I use the same 4 scoops of coffee or whatever that we used in the old one. And if you try to get beyond like 8 cups, like either the six is good, the 8 cup or you go 10 or 12 cups or whatever for the pot, and it's almost too weak. It's still a little too weak. But the thing about the hopper that's interesting is the old machine. We would go to, you know, fill up the water in the hopper, and it always had And we've cleaned it, we sanitized it. It didn't matter what we did to it. You know, dishwasher, everything. It would always have this sort of musty odor to it. And I'm like I said, we would clean it religiously, like it was always clean. But for some reason, whatever it was that happened at some point with that thing, it got this sort of musty odor into it that just would never come out. So when you would take the lid off, and if you would actually stick it to your nose and smell it, it would smell a little musty. So, but like I said, I mean, we would clean it really good and, you know, whatever, but I guess something just got into the plastic and just never came out. So I don't know if that's what you mean, Sneakies, but that's that's what happened to us. All right, what are we doing here? We got a lot of goblins up here. You found a goblin camp. Hey, I thought I said that already. All right, so we have to search the camp for Igurna, Nurlagam, cave. The cave here. Chest. I'm guessing she's inside the cave. Goblins are burrowing into the mountains. Don't make my coffee with cream and such, but use espresso beans instead of coffee beans. Maybe we should try that for a richer coffee. Maybe we should give that a shot too. Interesting. Espresso is bolder and has more caffeine. Yeah, just what I need. More caffeine. Uh-huh. This is the best part of being a Berg. No fighting. You just walk past everything. I know, right? Isn't it great? It's actually really good for some of the dailies, like the missions. There are some missions that you can do as a burglar that do not require any fighting except making your way to the boss and killing the boss, which is really, really... Alright, what do we got here? Shredded Pack, Goblin Overseer. But all we're killing here is just the Overseer? He got in his pockets is precious. Nothing. Shredded Pack lies here. I'm guessing that was it. More? No. More caffeine? Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Like, ow! Oh. Ow. Seriously? I am covered in sticky tar. Oh, hello. Now, are we close enough to Ost-Arndir? Yeah, you know what? We probably can ride. Looks like there's probably a place here, too, we could tag. Ride over here. Make our way up into Ost-Arndir. And then we can probably swift travel back. Turn in these other quests. You know, just kind of kill... cut the time frame now. Yeah, there's some smoking going on down there. Oh, that's the place we were already at. We want to go that away. So, how many of you are enjoying the burglar updates from the most recent burglar updates? I have not had a chance to continue working on my yellow line weapons and tools yet, but I do plan to continue to try to build that out. But supposedly yellow line is a lot of fun. I've just always played blue line. I've always just enjoyed the play style for blue line, and it seems to me it's fun. It's the fun way to play. Some people like red or whatever. Yellow looks interesting now. I want to try to see what that's more like. But does anybody not like Wetcroft? Does anybody not like the burglar changes that they've recently? Chicken. So we are in a small village that really has nothing for us to do at the moment. Probably going to be some quests that will send us here, but not at this moment. Hey, did that make a noise or did that not make a noise? I just saw that. Thanks, Mutopian. Thank you very much for the tier 1 resub. Resub. I didn't hear the noise. No noise. See if we can fix that. I had changed some stuff with my audio, so let's see here. Sound alerts. Alerts. Streamlabs alerts. Why did that not come through? Set up LIs for yellow line, just put the traceries in it, and then using the personal maneuver you hit for... Oh, yeah, you were telling me about... That's why we were setting that up, I think, last week, right? Yeah, we're doing well, Matopian. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, things have been good. It's we've been in the house for a year, and you know, the grass needs cutting, and you know, stuff like that. Actually, it's kind of funny. Like our grass, I think, you know, we've sort of chosen, because we have a very sandy lot, right? It's Florida, lots of sand here. And one of the things that we sort of, like, because it's sandy, like the grass really doesn't, it's not terribly like a thick grass lawn like I'm used to from up north, right? But one of the things that I constantly try to do is the grass that we do have, and I forget what the particular type of grass is, but we let it grow up to the point where it actually hits a seed stage, and then I'll go out and cut it, because then the seeds spread, and then we wind up with, you know, it's filling in the grass that's here with the same type of grass that's already here that does seem to be growing okay, but it does tend to make the lawn look a little shaggy from time to time. Now, why? I'm trying to see if I can figure out what was up there with my Streamlabs alert. Streamlabs is kind of weird with the sound and stuff like that. Sometimes it works great, and sometimes I'm just like, why is it not working? Don't understand. Let's see if we can try that again. Does that work? Now, see, it's putting the graphic up there. But for some reason, there's no audio coming through for it. Why is that? Image. I see follows, subs. Resubscribe. Yes, babe. Velcro? One of the kittens, she's oh wow. That's wild. And one of the kittens just loves to she has this little oh, hello, kitty cat. Speaking of kitty cats that want to attack me. Sorry, must defend myself. One of the kittens, she loves to carry around this little, like, just this little loop of Velcro cable tie. And she plays with it and she brings it to us to throw for her. It's like she's a damn dog. It's crazy. But apparently she's bringing it back to Ange, and she's like panting when she does it now. She's like really, really just crazy for wanting us to play with her with this thing. It's kind of wild. It's amazing what can appear and grow if you let a patch go wild for a bit. We get a lot of wildflowers growing from the seeds being caught on the wind and spreading. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing too, is we have an acre here now. So, you know, it's, there's a good portion of it that we don't do anything with yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Stab Radio, yes. Yeah, we did change the name about a year ago, but I haven't been streaming for almost a year, so you wouldn't have found the stream. So, because I just wasn't streaming up until about 3 weeks ago. For those of you who don't know, I've been like one of my main focuses for the last 9 months has basically been I've been working towards getting my private pilot license, and that has really taken a lot of time and energy and effort and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of studying and a lot of things, and I'm older. I don't absorb all that shit as well as you young kids out there. So, but yeah, I was taking a break from streaming and, you know, just kind of easing back into it, and you know, Sunday morning has always been kind of a thing. So I'm like, all right, here we are. IRL streams from the air? I doubt that. I will say that I have been recording on a GoPro, like all of my flights. And maybe I'll get some more of that out there. I was putting there are some pictures and things that go in the Discord. Pictures and some video and some links to some things, but we'll see. You miss me when I'm not around. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I do. I miss doing this. I wish, you know, like, you know, we all wish there's more hours in the day for doing all kinds of stuff, right? Let's see here. Level. Why does this? I'm trying to see. Let me see. Is it here? Let's see. 15. I'm trying to figure out why. Some audio is not playing. Oh, I think I may know why. Hold on. Hold the phone! I think I know why. I think I have solved why. I think we need that. All right, working on it. Hold on. Alert box. Oh, that's not what we want. Hold on. Dashboard, recent events. There we go. Let's try this one more time.
Welcome to the next level, Spanky.
There it is. Yeah, so again, it's just I probably one more thing I've got to try to do to just sort of fix up some of the audio. I did spend a little bit of time this week just going through and kind of cleaning up a lot of stuff in OBS, getting rid of a lot of the extraneous things. And as you'll notice, if you look at, I mean, first of all, I'm not doing a head cam. I just kind of decided, you know what, it's Sunday morning and I don't need to get all dressed up and look pretty for all you. I just want to run around and play some Lotro and whatever. So I don't have a head cam up for now. And just kind of cleaned up a lot of the other stuff. Like there's really, like I have nothing on my overlay other than the alerts that come up when somebody does something. And the rest of it's just not, like, I don't know. Maybe I'll figure out some new theme that we'll do and we'll sort of rebuild that over time, but we'll see how it goes. Yes, the WildStar notifications are the best. I know. I have to keep those around because they're just awesome. Trying to remember what my old stream name was. If you don't remember that, well, I don't know. I thought you just rolled out of bed looking that smooth. Well, I do. And make it hard to stream on the fly, right? Yeah, you have to shave. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, shave, do your hair, be nice and clean. You know, I don't want you all to smell me, you know. I've done one stream, planning on more. I'm not going to put up any stuff. I want them to see the game. And that's always been, I think, if you've hung around my streams all these years and you know, it's like I'm pretty much a minimalist when it comes to a lot of that. So I'm streaming so that you can see the game and we talk about that, among other things. But, you know, you get my point, right? Negatively good. Yeah, exactly. That was it. Negative for good, right? Can you fix how the high-resolution version of the game makes the interface small and hard to see? So, you know what? I'm sorry. I think I think I skipped over it earlier too. You said with the high-res version, notice the on-screen interface for a larger resolution makes it super small. Okay, so here's what I do. All right, now I am. Let me show you my settings. All right, so we are currently playing in 1440p. Now, I actually play on a 4K screen because of the way that I have my desk set up at the moment, and I was doing flight sim stuff and whatever. So this is the way that I have Lotro set up. I do a full screen resolution windowed at 1440p. Now, what that does, of course, when you go beyond 1080p for a resolution in Lotro, you end up with really small buttons and all that kind of stuff, right? So, if you come into UI settings and you come down to here where you see UI scale, all right, this is where you can scale up the various items in the elements of the user interface, right? So typically, like you'll see, I have a bunch of things set at like 1.5, 1.2. I think what I had done was, I think the 1.2 is if you take 1080p and scale it up to 1440p, I think that 1440 is 1.2 times the size, right? So if you scale these items up to like 1.2, then they'll effectively be the same size in a 1440 screen relative to the same size in a 1080 screen, right? So if I was to take this resolution and shrink it down to 1080, then everything would be bigger, right? But the crispness wouldn't be there. Now you can go higher with the graphics as well. Like if you want, like, now I'm in full screen windowed right now, but this is so because of that, it's giving me 2560 by 1440, right? But I could change this to something else. Like if I go full screen, I think it'll go 4K, right? But that's what you want to do is you just go into the UI settings and then you can just change the scale of various UI items so that just to suit your needs. And you'll see like mine aren't all that way. They're not all like 1.2, right? If you do the control / that activates the ability to be able to move a lot of the elements around, right? So for example, you know, my vitals, maybe you make your vitals a little bit bigger. Maybe you make your progress bars a little bit bigger or something like that. Just, you know, however you want to do it. There's lots of ways to be able to custom make this. Now, the one thing that you make sure that you want to do, though, is that once you have it the way that you want it, make sure that you save it to a like a UI profile. And the way that you do that is you go into the chat down here in the corner, and you can do /UI and then the word layout, LAYOUT, and you can do save, SAVE, and then you give it a name. Okay, so you can call it whatever you want. And then when you want to bring that same resolution back in, for example, you can then do /UI layout load, and then whatever that name is. So that's how you save a layout. And that's where that's really, really helpful is if you create a new character, for example, that character will have the default layout until you give it a new one. And then rather than having to rearrange everything, try to make it the way that you like it, you just load the layout that you saved, and that will bring that in here. So like, because this is a 1440p, my layout is called 1440p, so that whenever I load up, I just do /UI layout load 1440p. And then that way I get this layout. And then I'll move things around from there too. I may adjust things here, there, or whatever, but that's how it does it. Will it stay on relogs? Yes. Yes, it will. It'll stay there until you change it, or, you know, unless you like somehow do like some kind of a reset or something. Because you can do I think you can do a reset in the UI.
Oh, you leveled up. Way to go, Cupcake.
There you go. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome. So yeah, if you do a reset all UI scales, for example, like let's say you just want to start all over with your UI resets, you can do that. You can reset it and then reload it. And you can reload from a save, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like if things get wonky, you can go back to at least some sort of a baseline. So I hope that helps. But yeah, the one thing that does still bother me though is that, you know, there are portions, there are elements in the UI that do not scale up well, especially if you go to like a full-on 4K resolution. Everything is really tiny. If you go to like let's say you've got like a triple monitor layout, and I've tried doing that in the past too. Triple monitors with Lotro is kind of cool, but not. It really depends on, you know, how wide you want that aspect ratio to be and stuff like that. I've tried doing like triple monitors and it just doesn't appeal to me. Thinking of playing again. Am I on an active server? Well, most of the servers are very active now, or at least, you know, they're because they recently upgraded or released new 64-bit code servers, and in doing so they then told everybody we're not going to upgrade the existing servers, like the old servers like Landraval and Brandywine and Arkenstone, right? They're not upgrading those servers to be 64-bit. They're actually going to go away. They'll go away. And actually, I think that's happening. Does anybody know? Is today? Yes, there you go. Yes, 32-bit servers are closing today. Thank you, Metopian. So what they did is they built new servers and then gave everybody free movement from old servers to new. And then I think what they'll do is, it sounded like what they're going to do is, even though they're closing today, I think what they're going to do is they'll be like, okay, these servers are dark, and they're going to keep them archived, and people will come around and they'll be like, okay, we'll will allow you to do, character transfers from dark servers, because they were saying something about that recently too, right? Free transfers end today also. Well, if they're... Yeah, right now, everybody, you can pretty much transfer around anywhere from any server to any server kind of thing. Old servers to new, whatever. But yeah, that all ends today. So my suggestion to you is that if you have old characters on any of the old servers that you really, 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 really wish to save, take the time, get the client installed, log in, and get your characters transferred over to one of the new 64-bit servers. There are several. But what they ended up doing is by creating a batch of new servers and then telling everybody, okay, you can move your characters off the old servers. It's free. You can move them to whatever new servers you want, right? It allowed everybody to just sort of migrate to wherever they wanted to go without them being like, oh, okay, we're gonna replace Landreval, and here's this new server that's gonna replace Landreval, and everybody that's on Landreval is gonna end up on this new server. They didn't do that. And I think a big reason why they did that was because they wanted people to go to consolidate them all down. They're gonna have less 64-bit servers than they did 32-bit servers. And it's really allowed them to consolidate servers and get populations together to make larger populations on these servers without having to sort of dictate where everybody goes or be like, hey, we're closing this server, you guys need to all migrate somewhere else. It was more like, here's the new servers, everybody go where you want, and then now they're just going to shut down the 32-bit servers. So, yeah, you can't do EU to US. That's still the one thing that I'm so I don't understand why it is that they still don't let people do that, but I guess there's got to be some kind of like a database object index reference of some sort that if they were to try to cross the streams with those, it would just not work. I would have recognized your old name if I saw it, but it's driving me crazy. It's not that hard to figure out. You could go ask Grok who I am. Sneaky's got it. I've had 2 names on Twitch in the past. This is only my third go around with a stream name change. Yes, absolutely, positively. Evil. Lotro YouTube channel still has the VODs with his older name. They do. They still have my oldest name there. Because I think... Okay, so the Zeevil Twinks, the old evil twin, right? That was the original one. But yeah, they do still have, from when I was streaming on the official channel, they still have a number of VODs up there for that. And I think I was... I don't know if I was streaming... Was I streaming on the official as Positively Evil? I don't remember. You're getting old and your memory is terrible. Well, welcome to the club. All right, what are we doing here at this place? What is this place come to? With walking quest rings. Ost Arndir. Okay. We got this guy with a quest ring. I'm going to leave that alone for the moment. I want to go find... we want to find the stable. We'll hit the stable. So that we can go back to the other town and turn all the stuff in back over there.
We must strive to defend our newly gained peace.
Had the early stuff with Play It Again was Evil Twin. And I forget when I thought we did we made the change to Positively Evil, I think at the end of 2017. And I don't know, I forget how long we were on the official after that, or before or after that. Does anyone know how long it takes to transfer to another server? Usually it is instantaneous. But it's always within minutes. you'll get an email to your account that says, from your account that says that it's done. But yeah, any of the transfers I've done literally are done. By the time you go look in your email for the acknowledgement that it's been done, it's done. Shireflyer is a perfect fit for your content. It's funny that it just came to me one day with all the stuff that we've been doing with, Flight Sim and of course Lotro. It just seemed to fit. And I have a really good idea for a logo, and I've talked about it a little bit before, but I need like a logo artist or something like that, just to kind of make me a logo the way that I want it. I actually worked for Turbine back in the day when paid beta testing was a job. Just aged myself. I wrote the minstrel section of the Strat Guide by Prima. Did you really? So I have that around here somewhere. I have the Prima Strat Guide for the original Lotro. I have it somewhere. It's in a box along with my Lotro box that had the map and the one ring on a chain and all that stuff, right? But yeah, I do have that guide. God, the game is just so. I'd love to see like a modern Prima guide for this game. Wouldn't that be interesting? Does anybody else? I see that Questing Dad has it. Does anybody else have the old Prima guide? If you know what we're talking about. Oh, we came back to this town. We got to turn in. There's Elisar. Over here. You have the PDF of it. I found one at Half Price Books about a year ago, but passed on it. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, it is so out of date. It's just.
I never thought to see the days of peace come again.
It's a nostalgia item more than anything. Garlic scapes are a fair exchange for wine. Is that like garlic knots? Because that would be awesome. Where are those? Oh, Ost Arndir. Oh, we do have to go back to Lond Kirion. So let's go do that other turn in back in Lond Kirion. And then maybe we can move forward to Ost Arndir. Or whatever comes.
There is always work to be done.
Lond Kirion. Dark Age of Camelot and Star Wars Galaxies work with them as well. Okay, cool. You have a ton of them? Amazing we had to use paperbacks back then. I know, right? Used to have the Star Wars Galaxy one. Loved the artwork in it. I never played Star Wars Galaxies. Played a lot of the Old Republic. We did a lot of that on stream here over the years too. Had a good group going for that at one point too, but I wish that was a game that I had a lifetime sub in. Oh yes, I'm yawning, sorry. I have to talk to Mara, so we're gonna have to go into the keep here. Right up here. Best game ever before they had to nerf the game for the crybabies. You mean like they did with Lotro? Oh, look what I just did there. I cracked myself up. Alrighty, let's see here. Grateful for your aid in driving back the Corsairs of Umbar, for they have long troubled our shores. That is done. To the Haven of Sailors. Trust me, if there's anybody in this channel that knows me and knows, like, you know, how I am with you know, it's like, look, you're either here or you're not, like, you know what I'm saying. I do think that people are a little too sensitive these days, but, you know, still believe, you know, be nice and, you know, all that kind of stuff. We don't want to, we don't want to, like...
Have you come to help? Good.
It's like I always, like, I used to referee soccer years ago, and, you know, whenever we had, you know, like, you know, the nasty parents would say shit to us and you know, it's like, you know, as long as the 3 P's, as long as it didn't fall into the 3 P's when you're talking about or at somebody about something or whatever. And that was personal, if it's provocative, or what was the third one? Public. So if it's personal, if it's provocative, or it's public, that's when I'd kick your ass out, because you just don't do that, right? So same thing here, you know, just don't, you know, we joke around and, you know, everybody pokes fun at everybody and all that kind of stuff. We have a good time with that. But as long as things don't get out of hand by the, you know, according to the 3 P's, you know, that's where you get, like, you know, parents that, like I said, you know, want to be provocative, right? You get parents that want to be provocative. They want to cause trouble, right? That's fine. But as long as it's not public, like, as long as you're not yelling and screaming at me from halfway across a field where, like, the entire county can hear you, where you are insulting me or, maybe, you know, talking about how bad of a call I made or you know, that kind of thing, you know, that's fine. You want to, you know, I don't mind, you know, you want to have a conversation with me about a call I made or something like that. I was always cool about that, right? Same thing here, you know what? Just, you know, I try to treat people nice and, you know, treat people the way you want to be treated, you know? It's a golden rule kind of thing. Don't be a dick, you know? When I played soccer as a kid in the early 2000s, my team name was Sharks. Oh, man. I totally wish I had, like, a Jaws audio clip right now. One of our coaches, my best buddy James's dad, would yell, "Blood in the water," when we were doing really well, even in the 2000s. That drew the ire of lots of sensitive, gentle parents. Well, when you say, it's funny you say even in the 2000s. I mean, that's, I think I got my referee badge in, like, 2008 or 2009, somewhere around there. But yeah, people, you know, and that was, you know, that was the start of the era of the, you know, people are too damn sensitive. Your son loved Baby Shark for a while? You mean like Baby Shark doot 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 doot, Baby Shark doot 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 doot. Now that song doot 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 stuck in your head doot 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 doot. See, even Ange is singing it in the other room now. I do love how older MMOs are getting a relook, because all the new MMOs just don't last. Everyone has to rush to endgame and kill a game. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's one of the things that kind of makes Lotro a bit of a gem, is that, you know, you still have some very passionate people that are still creating content for it. I don't agree with a lot of things. I don't agree with everything they do, you know, with the game and whatever, but who does, right? But, you know, I haven't been playing much in the last year or so. So, like, for me, I don't know. I don't have a lot to complain about right now. I'm just playing, like, kind of trying to play catch up and, you know, just want to kind of play the game and get my character to the end and, you know, and then see what goes on there, right? New MMOs aren't even MMOs. Yeah, really. I shudder to think what they call MMOs anymore. you know? Stop! Hey, Malin. Why am I not... See? Now, Beldernich shows up and goes, why are you not in No Man's Sky? I had thought about doing it, but I wasn't sure... I don't know. We're streaming Lotro this morning, so, you know, I don't... Getting into doing No Man's Sky again and, like, alongside of doing what I'm doing here, I just, you know... I don't have that much time. Yes, No Man's Sky Corvettes are actually very cool. I have been watching some people play and seen some stuff about that. It looks really, really... Yeah, developers nowadays think that MMO just means multiplayer and online. But yeah, the fact that you go and do content together and... Yeah, it's a totally different kind of thing. And I think the other thing too, what was I seeing... That a lot of the I don't know if it was MMO games or just multiplayer games in general, but they were talking about how so much of that is really so much more based in like the Asian side of things, the Asian countries that have a lot more invested in that kind of stuff. And then there's... actually, that was more of like an esports kind of thing. Who was talking about that? I was watching... I think I was watching Devin Nash this past week, a couple of his things, and he was talking about how, like, you know, because he used to be heavy into, you know, esports and esports marketing and all that kind of thing. But, like, the esports genre is basically all central to, like, Asia and Asian countries nowadays. They're the only ones that really care about esports anymore. It's just not that big in the U.S. and in Western culture. Borderlands 4 is an MMO. Is it?
You leveled up. Way to go, Cupcake.
Slipstream Shane, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in today and hanging out and chatting with us. You want WildStar Online? I know. You just heard that, right? WildStar, we did WildStar here a couple times. What server am I on? Peregrine. I am on the North American Roleplay Encouraged server. I believe that is Peregrine. The other one is Glamdring. Glamdring is... I'm not sure which one that is, but anyway, I have stuff over there too. But that's where our... So we had a kinship that was on... Brandywine for a good long while. I had started that over there, and it was a progressive rating kinship, and we ran around and did all that. We started. It started out as like, okay, let's level cap at 50 and just kind of do all the things that, like back in the old days, right? The earliest days of the game, with the level 50 cap for Angmar content and all that. And as I was streaming that, of course, more people became interested in doing it. Nowadays, it's like, it's so easy to do that. But we had some rules around it, and then, of course, we just kind of developed our own sort of rule set as far as gear was concerned. Because once you sort of got beyond a certain early point in the game, the ability to be able to accurately recreate early game content like Shadows of Angmar content and fight that content, in an accurate way, using, like you couldn't have legendary items before you got to the Moria content. So everything was all pre-Moria, right? So you had to have no legendary items, and your gear had to be under, you could only have kind of like the whatever, so we had gear rules and things, and it was great, and it kind of ran its course, and there's still some folks that were over there and did it. Anyway, Brandywine was the server that was on that kinship. I wasn't running it anymore, and they chose to transfer that to Glamdring, I believe is where that's at. So Glamdring is US. Glamdring is the US non-role-playing server. I kept these characters over on this server. I brought them to Peregrine because the large majority of my characters were already on Landreval. That's where I had started the game back in 2007 when it first released. So most of my stuff was on Landreval. So when I decided to come back and start playing this stuff, and I have this character and my other main characters and whatever, and I was like, okay, well, where am I going to move everything? I was like, all right, well, I was on Landreval, so I'm going to move all that stuff over to Peregrine, and then my other characters that I had that were part of that kinship that was on Brandywine and whatever, that went to Glamdring, so those characters are all over there. So I'm sort of equally spread out on both. I haven't really gone in over onto Glamdring to do much. I haven't been back in there. I was in doing a few things with just looking at characters and kind of checking a few things out and whatnot, but I haven't been over there playing. Back in the day when Essences had like just come out, yeah. Honestly, like, I mean, there was no such thing as Essences back in the earliest part of the game, back in the old days. I think WildStar could find a spot right now because people are so tired of what's out. Yeah, you know, it's funny, like, somewhere up on my YouTube, we did probably about 8 to 10 hours of starting WildStar content. I streamed it because there was a bunch of people that were part of our kinship here and whatever, and I'm like, I want to get, you know, I wanted to do WildStar, and a lot of people had never even seen it or played it or whatever, and you know, I'm like, all right, well, you know, here, let's do this, and people started creating characters, and that's just kind of how it rolls, you know. But I always liked it because it was quirky and fun, and you know, it was different. The combat was different, which is something that I really enjoyed. You had the telegraphing in the combat, so you constantly had to move. You couldn't do...
Welcome to the next level, Spanky.
Dude, thank you very much for the Prime sub, Questing Dad. Appreciate that, man. The housing was amazing. Yep. Who is it around here? There's somebody around here was really big into WildStar and the housing there. They always used to talk about that. I forget who that was. It's been a while now, but yeah, that was the housing was always great. But I really loved the combat because, I mean, think about it now. How do you do combat in Lotro, right? You're pretty much just standing there beating on something. You don't have to move much, right? In that game, you know, the enemies, both you and your enemies, had what was called telegraphing. So they would do a move, and it might come straight at you, but it might also come like out from in front of them, rather like in an arc. Sometimes there's an arc in front of them. Sometimes there would be like long paths that would come out at like 45-degree angles to the front of them, or you know, stuff like that. Or so it was a thing where you just constantly had to move when you were in combat to be able to do it. It was really, really a lot of fun. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Are you heading out? All right, have a good one. Y'all, don't forget, like, if you're... I'll admit I haven't been in his streams lately. But, let me see. Do I have it? Yeah, here. Let me see if this still works. There we go. It does still work. If you're not following the Questing Dad, he's doing a lot more with WoW these days and some other stuff, but go check out Questing Dad if you want some more real MMO content. There you go. Warhammer Online. I remember Warhammer Online. When that came out, we had some fun with that for a while. I wasn't streaming when that came out. That was a good while back, but yeah, that was a lot of fun. Do you think that they'll ever offer lifetime subs again? No. If you're referring to Lord of the Rings Online, no, they will never. They still have Warhammer server. There's one Warhammer server, really? Age of Conan, so much. See, now, that was one that I never got into. I know there's a bunch of friends of ours that are from around here that really got into Age of Conan for a while, but I was just one that I never got into. If they offered lifetimes, all current players would buy one. I don't know about that. I think anybody who really, really loves this game would do it, but they know that they would lose so much money. I think that they would lose a lot of money if they were to do that, and they know it. They know it. The only reason why I think a game company like Standing Stone, for example, would need to do something like that is if they needed a quick infusion of cash to, I guess, to do some kind of development that they need to do, and they need to hire resources to do it, or buy more servers to do it, or whatever the case may be. The only reason why I would see that happening is if they needed a quick infusion. Because now, what are you talking about? So when this game was new, when Lotro was new and they were offering lifetime accounts, of which I have 2, by the way. Just saying. I bought one for me, and then I eventually bought one for my kids like a few months later so that my kids could play and whatever. And then they never did, but I have 2. But when the game was new, the idea of the lifetime sub was $200 at the time, and this was in 2007, right? So $200, if you were a founder at the time, then the monthly cost, because this game was a subscription-based game, the same way that WoW is, right, at the time, before they went free to play. So if you were a founder, if you were there from the beginning of the game as a founder, the offer was basically that you could sign up for a founder's monthly fee at $10 a month. It's like $9.95 a month. So at $10 a month versus $200 for a lifetime sub, you're talking about a 20-month return on investment, right? So if you dump $200 in at one shot and you expected to play the game for at least 2 years, you would not have had to have paid a monthly fee for that 2 years, and then everything after that basically was all free. Now, of course, we still pay for expansions. We still have to do that. Yes, mark the 2 lifetimes off the bingo card. That's always a thing, right? So, I mean, when I did it, I was like, you know, I enjoyed the game so much when it first came out. I was like, oh yeah, I'll keep playing this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. How are you, Warhite? Good to see you. Thank you. I think you'll see more bundles coming out for Lotro more often. I don't know. I mean, they seem to have their formula down. They do an annual expansion. They do some smaller content updates throughout the year. They patch and fix things. You know, the annual expansions tend to be where they do their thing. They have, you know, cosmetics that you can buy, you know, with Lotro points, mithril coins for, you know, the things, you know, if you're like Gussie and you want to bebop everywhere, you can do that. Yes, my account. I have 2 lifetime accounts. So basically what that means is that I get all of the content in all of the areas that I bought expansions for, but I still have to pay for the expansions each year. And I'm behind. Like right now, I think we bought usually what I wind up being about a year behind. I have been for a while. So like this past year, last November during Black Friday sales, I purchased the Corsairs of Umbar expansion, which was the previous year's expansion, right? And I got it at a significant discount when I bought it. I was able to get, you know, the super duper deluxe everything deal with that for a lot lesser price, right? A year or 3? Yeah, 3 maybe, I guess. Yeah, when did the Corsairs expansion come out? I forget. Was that 2 years ago or 3? But anyway, yeah. So, you know, the thing is like if I'm not in a hurry to catch up and get to endgame, it doesn't make a lot of sense, because here's the thing about Lotro 2023. Okay. So here's the thing about Lotro is that they never offer any kind of incentive for you to buy expansions early. Like, yes, they will give you some of the content that comes with the expansion early if you buy early, you know, if you pre-order, but they don't give you anything exclusive for pre-ordering. And I think they sort of figured out somewhere along the line that that was kind of a bad thing to do, because here's an example. I think one of the things, I don't know, like, let's say they offer a mount if you pre-order, right? And that mount is listed as, okay, here's an exclusive mount if you buy expansion X. Well, now they're sort of legally bound to make that mount only available because of that. And they can't offer that in the store now for people to go buy, or, you know, they can't a la carte that or something like that. There were some older things from earlier expansions and stuff that they could not offer out as the same item or whatever, because they were exclusive items. I think it still holds true for the Riders of Rohan expansion. How many of you remember the stuff that we like? If you pre-ordered Riders of Rohan, you get those extra quests, right? With the horse up at Hengstasser Farm, right? You remember that? There's the stable stuff that you have to do over in what's the town over there next to Archet, right? Is it Combe, right? No, not Combe. What am I thinking of here? Hold on. Gondor, Eriador, Bree. What am I thinking of? Bree Town. Staddle. No, not Staddle. Oh, I am thinking of Combe. Combe, not Staddle. I was getting the two of them confused. But yeah, so like if you pre-ordered the Riders of Rohan expansion, there is a quest line that you get. And you do some quests around Combe, and then you go up to the Hengstasser Farm, and there's a horse there that you can take, and you can do like two daily quests that you can do. And eventually, if you do all 100 of them, and I don't know if I'm done with them on this character. Something. My wardrobe. There's what was it? There's like a horse something cloak. I may not have it here. I know I have it on my character over on the other server, but I forget. I may not have it here. Still get the in-game mail for it on every character. Yep, yeah. So for those of you who haven't been around the game as long, if you didn't know about that, that was one of the things. My point being is that they don't offer these kinds of things anymore. So there's literally zero incentive for me to purchase this year's expansion if I'm not going to be catching up to it. And if I don't intend to catch up to it until at least next year, I'll wait till a sale comes around. I mean, the other thing too is like I could purchase those expansions in the store once they come out in the Lotro store if I want. So I could buy them for points. So there's that. Game has not doing so hot today, but glad. Why are you not so hot, man? Are you physically ill? That's not cool. Chicken soup is good for that, I hear. Game has so much content. I have those horse quests, and I don't think I've touched them in 10 years. Yeah, I haven't either. It's been so long. Oh, far
Days of peace have come at last to Gondor.
Where can we go from? Go to Bree. Yeah, this is a far-ranging stable. Now, interestingly enough, we can get back here. Yeah. Let's go take a look at that. Let's go to South Bree. Since we're talking about it, we'll just go do it. Recovering. Oh, that's right. Yes, you said you had the you had the plague. Oh man, you got the Rona. I remember you did say that. Have you had any like bad adverse effects at all? I know back in the earliest days of COVID, remember they would talk about how like people would lose their sense of taste and smell and stuff like that. Does that still happen these days with the current variants of COVID? Is that still a thing? So we're gonna ride. Go ride over to Combe. We'll go have a little visit over there. Let's see. And then we'll take a trip up to Hengstasser, and I'll show this off for maybe people who haven't seen it before or don't know what it is. I like doing this. This is like always. It's always nice to have these little sort of diversions from just questing, talking about this kind of stuff. And these are the kinds of things that like I like to share with people. If you've not come into my streams before, if you haven't been around the game before, it's it's neat to see some of this kind of stuff. Here's a question for you. I actually I'm going to try this right now. So I have my prized Ale Association goat, as I did finish recently. Now, does the Ale Association goat? It doesn't get you drunk. What's up with that? So the in-league horse will have you riding around drunk all the time. The Ale Association goat does not. I think the Ale Association is slacking a bit there. Kind of curious why they never did that. Fever broke, believe, or at least not as bad. Smell and taste came back yesterday, but cough and congestion are on levels to the point. Oh man. All right. Well, positive thoughts your way, my friend. Hope you're feeling better soon. Sometimes it can be a long road with that shit. I get it. Even I like during COVID, I didn't get COVID, but like I got sick with something else, and it was still like a week or two, like, and it's so hard to like claw your way back from, something that really knocks your system down really far like that. It just takes time. Time and lots of chicken soup. So, for those of you who don't know, now, I don't see it here. Food trough, drinking water, horse bedding. There's supposed to be a horse here, though. Why is the horse not here? Why is the horse gone? There's supposed to be a horse there. Now, I may have finished all these quests, but I'm not sure. So, let's do this. Stable Master. And they don't have something to Hengstassers from here. Now, we're here. We need to go way up there. We're gonna go. We'll go back over into Bree, and we'll take the horse from the back of the pony up to the fairgrounds, and we can go that one. 5th round, 2nd year in a row. Sure, I could make some kind of comment about, all those vaccines and stuff that were supposed to work so well. But I won't do that. The bartender's mystery meat stew that is available there. Nice. So yesterday, we weren't sure what we were having for dinner last night. So, and we were flipping through stuff on YouTube, and of course we came across one of the Blackstone YouTubers that we've watched in the past, and he was mixing up some buffalo chicken quesadillas, and we were like, damn, that sounds good. I looked at Angela, I'm like, do we have everything we need for that? She's like, yeah, the chicken's frozen, but I think we have everything. I'm like, cool, can we make that? She's like, yeah, sure. We had buffalo chicken quesadillas last night. Oh my god, they were so good. So good. It has been a long time since I've been up here to Hengstassers doing this. Back in my day, alright, for those of you who maybe joined the game late after they did away with this too, it used to be that you had to get to level 35 before you could even get a mount in this game. Now you can have a mount like day 1. so stupid. Need to make you people all like have to work for it or something. Just kidding. But you would have to come up here to Hengstasser's farm, and you would have to come complete. There were 3 quests that you had to do. You had to basically take a horse from the stable here, one of these 2 horses out in front. Actually, yeah, I think so. Or maybe one of the other ones over there. And then you would have to deliver them to 3 locations around Eriador. So, and you had to do them on a time, like you were on a timer. So you had to, and if you couldn't go in water, because if you went in water, you fell off the horse and that canceled it. So you had to make sure that you went a certain way, and that was always a thing. So you had to do that, and then when you were done those 3 quests, you came back here, you turned those in, and then you had to get on one of these, one of the blood bays, and then you have to run this course. And you would run the course, and once you ran that course, that would complete it, and then you would actually get the riding ability. And then you had to come over to Eogar, and it's very different now, but if you look at the shop, now it's like 175 silver for the basic steeds. They were like 5 gold. It was 5 gold back then. And the economy was so very different. You had to you really had to save up to get yourself a horse. It took a lot to get it. I don't have a Breland starter steed. Wow, that's interesting. Look, 70 silver. I think we're gonna buy that because I can. So we now have that skill. Where did that end up? List of steed. The Breland starter steed. Wonder if it's... Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, Breland starter horse. Now, of course, if you buy up the things that, like, make all your horses faster... Now, like, I have the Bree horse. That was the other... couldn't you get the Bree horse at 20? I think they changed that, right? Escape used to dismount. Yeah. 4 gold and 200 silver. I thought it was more than that. But anyway, we called it 5 gold. The race course with Gabo somewhere on the course. Yep. And then your horse sat in your bag waiting for you to accidentally sell it. That's right. It was a token back then before they made mounts, a skill. You're right. It was and you couldn't, and that was even before you could lock stuff in your bags. You couldn't really lock things in your bags early on either. So yeah, that was a thing. It was a token. So you'd basically have the token for the horse in your bag, but then you'd have it up on a skill bar so that you could then activate it, from there. So here we have, and again, I'll show, this is, so for those of you who don't know, this horse over here is the horse that does some of the quests. And I don't know, let me see something here. So, class race epic. Oh, I almost forgot. Remember last week, I almost totally, freaked out because my deed tracker got reset. I did figure out how to draw all that in and reset all the deeds in my deed tracker. So this is all good. And I used the Lotro Companion, not the Lotro Compendium. We were talking a little bit about that at the end of the last stream. But you use the Lotro Companion to be able to import all of your completed deeds into Deed Tracker so that Deed Tracker will have it. So these are all back now. But what I forget about is, let's see, race and social. I'm trying to remember what the horse one was. Flurry of Fireworks, Midsummer Festival, Farmer's Fair, Boss from the Vaults, Thrang, Picnic, Bilbo, Harvest Festival, Durin's Day, Yule, Boss, Battle, Omens, Spring, Bee's Big Business. What the heck is that? Oh, I don't know. Doom Shrooms, Hobnanigans, Ale and Inn. I have finished all my Ale and Inn stuff. Miscellaneous. Collection, treasure hunt. Trying to find it. Festivals, miscellaneous, Founders Bounty, World Consolidation Event. It's interesting they didn't do that here. That was 2015. That was 10 years ago that they did that. So a lot of the old servers that got consolidated, we got titles for them. Right? There's Mordor, so Steed collections. It wasn't a class thing. I don't think it was. So let's see here. Horse. Wasn't an epic class. Discovering the Descendant. Thank you. That. See if I can. There we go. Descendant. There it is. Discovering the Descendant. Requires purchase. Okay, so that's an epic. That's under epic. That's interesting. Song of Waves and Wind. We're actually working on that right now. The Peace of Middle Earth. Completed. Discovering the Descendant. There you go. So this one, if you come over here. This is for the benefit of those of you who don't know what this is. Pre-purchasing the Riders of Rohan expansion got you this quest line. And that included these things. So you see these two available quests. Every Last Drop and Herding to the North Downs, right? So, like, every day you would get 2 of these quests that you would be able to do. So in this case, I have Herding to the North Downs. And they're random each day, or at least they would randomly repeat every so often or whatever. But you would need to complete all 9 of these to get Destined for Rohan. And then the other one was Horsing Around. And I do have this done. So there it is. The Cloak of the Equine is what I was trying to find. We need to open that. So Cloak of the Equine. There it is. So I don't know how, I don't have a larger dressing room, but basically this is what it was. You have a horse hooded cloak. If you've not seen this one before, this was how you would get this. So now my question here is, does anybody know if a similar cloak is available anywhere else in game? I'm not aware that it is. It could be. But this was one of those things that if you didn't pre-order the expansion for Riders of Rohan, you could not get this quest line, which meant that you could not get this cloak. It is a unique appearance. That's what I thought. So to this day, and this is part, I think, part of the reason why they, because basically they were saying that, if you pre-order, you get all of these exclusive items, right? So exclusive items. Because they made them pre-order exclusive, they can't offer those items to anyone else that didn't pre-order the game, or else they'd have legal trouble. And there was something else. There was an issue with that with some other items along the way when they went free to play and they did some other thing, whatever. And so I think it is my personal feeling that this is why they don't offer exclusive merchandise items in game anymore. Because then it prevents them from being able to do things like, oh, okay, well, we can offer that in the store now. right? We can put that in the store, and people who want it can buy it, right? But they can't do that with stuff like this. So anyway, there you go. Thank you for this trip down memory lane in Lotro. And of course, this was like some of the intro to the Warsteed stuff too. So like that is actually like a Warsteed horse type horse over there. So when you would take this quest for herding to the North Downs, you would go over there and get on that horse, and then you would ride that horse to a location in the North Downs, without dying or getting off. And then you had to go kick stuff and do something. Warsteeds, I know, right? They did recolors of the pre-order sets and mounts, though. Which ones are happening? Which I know that they did. I mean, there was a big stink about. This wasn't so much a pre-order item or anything like that, but the Isengard instance cluster horse, whatever, for that, for completing that whole thing. They came out with a different variant of that really got a lot of people pissed off. Because they basically, it's like, you had to work so hard to get that horse, and then they just came out with another one. It was like, oh, okay, well, instead of having a white horse, yeah, Rohan and Isengard things, yeah. It was the Isengard one. That's that horse that they had, but that wasn't like that wasn't touted as a pre-order exclusive or something like that. That was just if you finished the Isengard Tower instance, whatever, the deed for that, it gave you that one horse, and then they made another one, but they just sort of changed the color of the horse, but not the blanket over it, which was that shimmering rainbowy one, the Steed of Many Colors. Thank you. And now there's a black version of the Steed of Many Colors. Yes, a lot of people were very, very, very pissed off when that happened. There was a lot of backlash, almost as much as if they had, like, I don't know, changed their Cracker Barrel logo or something, you know, at the pony. DEI hire horse. There you go. All right. I know. No, it's okay. We have fun with that stuff. It's okay. We just don't, like I said, we just don't take it to an extreme. But yeah, so there was a lot of very angry players when that, because they were like, hey, I had to work really, really hard to get this horse as part of that instance cluster, blah, 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 and then all you do is stick one out there that everybody can just buy for free? What? So, yeah. People were unhappy about that. 20 people just left my chat. Which is fun. It is what it is. It is what it is. We joke about a lot of stuff around here. So, yeah. I'm not a fan of DEI stuff in corporations and things, and that's been a long-standing thing. So if you've been around, you know that. We poke a little fun at things like that. Seed of Many Colors was... it was very difficult after that. Yeah, it was hard to get. But now, if you want the imitation version, you can just pay for it with Figments, right? All right, well, what shall we do now? Should we... I don't know. Should we go, let's see, travel to the northern entrance of the Keep of Ost Arndir? I think I can just go back to Lond Kirion. And then we'll just horse up there.
We must not let our vigilance lapse.
Ost Arndir. I kind of just realized what you were saying, Klaus. I get it. That's a little harsh, man. I didn't even go there. Yeah, see, I'm a little slow in my old age. It took me a little while to get that. Yes, it was. It was very layered. It's like an onion, you know? It has layers. Gotta head off, get ready for a raid in WoW. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the resub. I've been enjoying being back doing this, and you know, just it's not like I'm certainly not going to be trying to do full-time streaming again or anything anytime soon. So you know, that's. You know, but yeah, we'll try to just maybe keep the Sunday morning thing going just as long as I can to, you know, everybody can kind of get together and just talk about and laugh about all this stuff and have a good time with it. So, but thank you for coming in. Stop back. Same bad time. Same bad channel. Where are we going? We got to go over... Oh, we're going... I guess we're... Wow, this is a steep-ass hill. Holy crap. Hebron nods in welcome.
Welcome to Ost Arndir, home of the Lady Noriel, Knight of the Green Hills.
And Lord of Pinath Gelin. She awaits you inside the hall. I have not done Umbar yet. We're still working on it. Hey, it's Tidy Whiteys. How you doing, man? Good to see you back. This dude, this guy, it's got 2 thumbs and is really awesome. This guy. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure that I will. I will, and I think I will enjoy the story. I can't wait to actually get to it and do it. But, you know, just not in a hurry. Oh. What? She downstairs? Man, shit's steep around here. No, we're not down here. Can't use that. Somebody clean up this water on the floor. Look, you guys are all standing around. Where does that go? Uh-oh. Back door. Yeah, and again, that's what I was saying, is like there is literally zero incentive to purchase Lotro expansions before you need them. You know, like you'd think that they would be like, hey, if you pre-order the expansion, we'll give you this cool new mount or cosmetic or something. But they don't do that anymore. They did. There was a time. They don't do that. So now, if I'm going to buy the super duper top end version of the game, you know, expansion, whatever, you know, if I buy it a year after it releases, or 2 years after it releases, or more, it doesn't matter. I'll still get all the same stuff that I would have gotten had I pre-ordered it. Endgame portion of MMOs is my favorite part, and I don't think SSG creates compelling game gameplay loops, so no point. I'll play casually for the story and vibes. Yeah, and that's the thing I think about this game the most, is that it's such a casual hang out with your friends, play the game casually kind of thing, you know what I mean? Oh, can't go that way. Finally.
I am pleased to see you among the Green Hills, King Elisar and Queen Arwen.
You and all your company are welcome to stay for as long as it pleases you. Know that there are dangers still in Pinath Gelin, for Haradrim fighters were transported here on Corsair ships during the war, and my knights have not yet found them all. Raiders from Umbar, too, have come up the rivers in small boats and harry our people. But I see warriors among your company, and if they exercise caution, they should fear little. I understand you have brought Golasgil's heir Orgolas with you on this visit. My son Thorongil will be delighted to entertain a boy of his own years. Perhaps this man will show Orgolas to my son's chambers. You will find them to the northeast through the door on the right. Okay. Wow, trying to get rid of me that fast, are you? Thorongil and Orgolas stand uncertainly together. Hello. So you are a burglar. Are you a good one? Thorongil dismisses your answer with a casual wave and turns to Orgolas. I'm going to train to be a knight when I'm old enough. It won't be very long from now, just a year or two. I've already been practicing my swordplay with sticks and with implements from the kitchens. Do you want to see? We can pretend to duel, and whoever wins gets to be the king of Outer Gondor. I wager King Elisar will be very impressed with us. Back home in Lond Kirion, Erhant often let me climb to the tower and look out over the sea, and I have seen a great many Corsair ships going here and there across the waves. Once when the sky was clear, I thought I could see all the way to Umbar, but he said that wasn't possible. But I have very sharp eyes, just like my father did, and he was a great mariner and fought bravely at the Black Gate of Mordor. I will be fine. You can go now. Decide to leave the boys to their game and see if Hebron has any work for you. I guess we're done. Up here. Oh, that doesn't go anywhere either. So many doors up here that don't go anywhere. Nope, sorry, you can't use that one. Really? A great mariner. Oh, I already have the class. Don't you remember? I did buy the class separately, so that I could do that. So I do have the mariner class. I do have the Corsairs expansion now, but I had bought them separately.
There is always something that needs doing in and around Ostandir.
Glad to hear it. There's always something needs doing. Can I ask you to deal with any of the foes that encroach upon our lands? There is no shortage of threats throughout many of the Green Hills. Okay. We have those other 2 quests to turn in, and I think maybe we'll see about wrapping it up for the day. So I'm getting kind of hungry. I need some food. SSG is funny. They drop those keywords in concurrently released content to drive sales. No! Really? I couldn't believe that they would ever do something like that. Do tell. Well, I think the other thing, too, is as I started coming through, before I bought the expansion, as I started coming through King's Gondor, like I had, you know, I started working on, you know, Song of Waves and Wind. I started working my way across Gondor, right, to do that. We were working our way over this way and got to Dol Amroth, whatever. So, when I had first started doing that before I bought the expansion, I had started to go into some of these towns that had quests from the new expansion and this content that I'm working on now, but I had not I hadn't bought the expansion, so I didn't have access to the quests. Which is why I kind of slowed down and stopped. And then, you know, last year we just bought the expansions during the Black Friday sale. Always recommend that if you're going to wait for an expansion, just wait until Black Friday sales come around. They're usually pretty good.
This is a troublesome outcome indeed.
Oh, the pack, yes.
The pack you brought looks familiar to the one Igerna uses.
You search through it to see if you can find anything of import that you can use the table here to do so. This is other.
It is most concerning that you came across so many goblins.
Let us hope this is the only instance of them in our land, but I fear it is not so. Table, shredded pack. We found a mostly clean shirt. Found a crumpled note. Lumar, I was right. There are goblins in Pinath Galeen. They've been hounding me for hours, but I managed to slip their grasp thus far. I overheard one mentioning a farm with lots of four-legged, spotted dinners walking around. I can only imagine this is referring to Varbris's poor cows. I must go first to Winbury and see what fate has befallen Nordok. I will leave this message with... Wait, something draws near. The message abruptly cuts off.
I fear Igerna has been captured or assaulted given the state of this bag. What did you find? I must stay here to receive reports from the rest of my scouts. We are working hard alongside the knights to ensure that the king's visit is untroubled.
Will you go east to Winbury and speak with Nordok? He may have seen or spoken with Igerna. Dare they operate a business? I know, right? All right. I think that's going to do it for me for today. Something I had thought about doing was maybe doing a Sunday evening stream. What do you all think about that? Like, rather than either in addition to doing a morning stream, maybe we cut the morning stream down a little bit, and then maybe we did a little time in the evening on Sunday or something like that, maybe around 8 p.m. Eastern. I don't know how that would. Maybe I'll throw something in the Discord and we can all figure out if that's something anybody wants to see or hear. Or, yeah, it's just kind of a different time of day. Maybe a different crowd of folks come in or something like that. I don't know. I was just, again, being back streaming again and just kind of trying to, feel a few things out for, what's the best time to do stuff. See, Warhide's like, yes! More evil. Yes. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll try that one of these weeks or something like that. We'll do like maybe a shorter, because in that way, like, because like, right, I mean, I usually start around 10. It's now almost 2, so we've been going almost 4 hours. So maybe we just, you know, do a shorter stream in the morning, and then I can come back and maybe we do a couple hours in the evening or something like that. You know, because all the big streamers do that, right? You know, they split their days up. They'll do 2 streams, but spread them out over the day or something. I don't know. We'll see. Well, thank you everybody for coming in and hanging out. I don't know if I probably won't get to do much of this content throughout the week. So we'll probably be maybe right back here next week with where we're at now. Just kind of continue working our way through this part of King's Gondor and Song of Wind and Wave. Waves and wind, as it were, right? That's what we're doing at the moment. So we'll pick up with that. I'm still trying to do like some festival things that I'm trying to complete during the week, just when I can, you know, log on and go do a few things to try to complete festival stuff. For deeds and stuff on, just to kind of maximize things on this character here. Actually, you know what? Let's see something here real quick, because we were talking about this in the deed tracker, right? So if we look at, I guess, race and social, and we come down to what is this? This is the Farmer's Fair, right? Look at all the things I have for Farmer's Fair that still need to be done. Egg scramble victories and mushroom victories, tier 2, right? So I need to. I'll have mushroom victories done. That should be easy enough to get done. But then the other ones too. Spotted eggs, striped eggs need to get done. Consume consumables. And then too much of everything. Lucky day at the races. Much eating, much running. What is that? Much drinking, much running. Oh. Wait. What? Oh, these are the ones. Okay, so you got to do each one 3 times win. Oh, that sucks. I need to find a better guide on how to predict who's going to win those. I think the only one I haven't finished for Lucky Day at the Races is I need Auto. And then I got to work on these other ones, much eating, much running, whatever, and try to work through those. So there are some other ones. And then all of these, consume consumables. Good Lord. You need to use 300 of something. I don't know. Maybe I'll just buy everything up and then just run around during regular days and use those. We'll see. But thanks again, everybody, for coming and hanging out for this Sunday morning. We'll do it again next Sunday morning, same time. So 10 a.m. Eastern is kind of the start time that we have. And then maybe we'll see about, you know, do we do it shorter and then maybe split up and do maybe try an evening stream next week or something like that. We'll see how that goes for next Sunday. But thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. And we'll see you all again next week. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. That comes from hanging around at Disney way too much. Have a good one, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Labor Day weekend and all that kind of stuff, too. And, yeah. Have a good one. Bye-bye.